Yes, we do. So we'll open our January 12th Budget Committee, Nottingham, New Hampshire Budget Committee public hearing for the school district budget and warrant articles. My name is Tim Dabrio. I'm the chair of the Budget Committee. We'll go through a roll call. Tom Bukovitz.
Here.
John Decker.
Present.
Yeah.
Sean Green.
Present.
Sandra Jones.
Here.
Michelle King.
Here.
Michael Keister.
Here.
Tom LeVay.
Here.
Carol Martin.
Here.
John Moran.
Here.
And Jim Stevens.
Here.
Wonderful. Welcome, everybody. We do have quite a few guests joining us. And I know in the agenda, we will be opening the public hearing in a few minutes, but we're going to start with some opening remarks from the school district on any changes to the proposed operating budget, revenue projections, and review of the other warrants. And I think, since we have Chris and Preston here, I don't really think it makes sense to hold them all the way towards, I guess, the middle to the end of the meeting. But if maybe when we review the other warrants, if we want to discuss any of the changes that you made to the updated plans, and then that way when we go forward to vote on the warrant articles, we'll have that information. But I don't want to take more of your time to go through all of our business. Does that sound like a good plan? Okay. I don't see Monica here. So Sue, do you want to start with a kind of a review of any of the changes to the operating budget for 2021-22? Or Carol?
Yeah, I think Carol can go ahead and do that piece of it for the changes that we made to the operating budget. And I can take up some changes that we made to the warrant articles, if that works.
Yep. Do you have a version you want to share, yep, Tim, or do you want me to do that?
I can do that.
I might need another monitor.
So I don't think anything in the first page has changed. So the biggest change probably from the last version that everyone saw would be on line 28 and 29, which are the high school tuition lines. I think those are the only ones that changed in this section. Those were updated based on the new projected enrollments for the two high schools, and 8th graders had to submit their preferred school at the end of December. So those are updated based on the most current information that we have about where they're likely to go to high school. So those two lines changed a little bit. It looks like a little bit more got allocated to Co-Brown than Dover.
I had one little question on that, but it sounds like my question will be irrelevant, but I just want to check my question here. Come on, what line was that again?
28 and 29.
Okay. Basically, I just wanted to confirm the number of students. So there's no additional students added in here. This is just the students that are moving up from 8th grade, and then the reductions for the seniors.
I'd have to add up the totals compared to the last time to see. It's possible that if there were any changes in enrollments, besides those that they have been updated. So I'm looking at
Glenn is here
119
too.
and 162.
Carol?
Yep.
Glenn is here too, so he may have some background on those.
Yeah, well, I just added it up quickly. It looks like all it was shifting between Co-Brown and Dover, and there was no additional students added from my quick math.
Right, but did the last number include extra students?
No move-ins are included on those lines. So there's no allocation for move-ins on either line. And then on the line below that, line 30, we did not allocate move-ins.
Okay, that's just really what I wanted to confirm because
Okay.
At one point there were some, and then I wasn't getting the numbers to add up right because I got like 63 graduates and 70 eighth graders. So that should have been like a plus 7, but then I wasn't sure how the homeschools.
There were definitely 5 in
So-
there, John. There were 5 in the Co-Brown line for move-ins, and we asked that those be removed.
Right. So basically, if we take the total high school numbers, which was 285, plus 7 is 392. And then we had, what do we have here? 119. I don't know.
Total of 281.
281.
Yeah.
281 plus there's one
Okay.
at Portsmouth and one at Pinkerton.
All right. So yeah. Okay. So it's all right.
If there was a homeschool student that has said that they're planning to go to one of those high schools, they would be included.
All right. I'm good with it.
So I think that's the only change in the 1100 since the last time we looked at it. Unless somebody sees something else in there.
Is there a way to, so right now, is there a way for me to, in Zoom, sorry, this is a Zoom question for management. How do I see the participants now that with the sharing?
Do you have that? I think it's called gallery.
So I have the gallery view.
There should be a participants icon at the bottom of your screen.
My gallery became small because of the,
Yeah, at the top of your
Yeah.
screen, John, it says you should be able to, or the bottom, like Tom had said, there should be like a black bar, and it should say participants, new share, video, mute.
John, are you on a Mac as well?
no, I'm on
Oh, okay.
a Windows machine. Still don't see it because I made the gallery thing bigger. I mean, that's the way it was before, but as soon as the sharing started, it changes my view.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You can't fit all the people on the screen when there's screen share.
Unless I click sideways and see if that hide thumbnail show small active speaker. No, that just is one person.
Mine shows 5 at a time.
Yeah, I can make it bigger too, but I can't like see that participant. Oh, okay. Now I see it on the bottom here. Okay, so that became its own window. Okay. All right, I got that up
Okay.
because that's the one I got to pay attention to.
Yep. Well, they shouldn't. Yeah, right now we're not taking any public comment. Once we start the hearing portion, then we can do that.
Yeah.
All right, Carol. Any other changes in the budget?
So if you can go to, let's see. I think the only other change is to transportation. I don't think there's anything else before that. So that is all the way down to 351, line 351. It's the 2721 function. So we have not actually signed the contract with Dale yet, but we've agreed to do the 1-year extension. And there was an error, I think, in the last version of the budget that the committee saw. It had a 3% increase for Dover, and that was removed because they're holding the Dover rate flat for next year. So line 350, which is the elementary transportation, it's a 3% increase, but it's a reduction to 7 buses. So overall, it's a reduction. And then the next line, 351, transport for Dover, is held flat. And then the next line, 352, there's a 3% increase for Co-Brown. And that was a change from the prior version. I think that special ed transport is all the same. I think that's it. And then the overall increase is 8.6%.
It's 8.7.
You have an 8.7. I'm sorry, I was looking at the old version. So it's went from 8.6 to 8.7.
All right, so those were the only 2 changes from the presentation last week.
Right.
All right, thank you. And I want to say I really appreciate getting the Excel version. It made it really helpful for me to go through this stuff.
Yes, thank you.
And then on the, I don't know if you want to share the revenue, we did update the revenue, anticipated revenue estimates. You have that one?
I do someplace here. Not there. There we go.
There it is.
Mr. Byrne had talked previously, I think, with this group about the concerns about the Medicaid reimbursement because there was a period of time where we weren't getting anything back for that. And at this point, we've only had about 6 months under the new rules. So it's difficult to project what the Medicaid reimbursement was going to be, but the board decided to go ahead and estimate based on that 6 months of experience. So I think we've gotten, and Mr. Waring can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we've gotten about 12 or 14,000 in a period of 6 months, and we're estimating 20,000 for the 2021-22 school year. So it's a conservative estimate based on our limited experience under the new rules. And the prior version of this that you saw did not have any revenue estimated in that line.
Yep.
And then we did talk about the CARES Act funding and other COVID related federal funding that's coming in. And because that has to be spent on specific categories, and those are costs that were not included in the operating budget, even if any revenue comes in for that, it will have to be spent on non-operating expenses. So those are not supposed to be included, is my understanding, in this anticipated revenue, because they'll have a corresponding expense with it.
What did I do? Where's my meeting?
We also don't know what amount we're getting at this point for that 2021-22 school year.
Yeah.
I don't have anything either Wednesday or Thursday next week.
Any questions for Carol or the school district in regards to the anticipated revenues?
Okay. And then I'll put that.
All right, we can move on to the warrant articles. And do you want to start, before we get into the warrant articles, do you want to start with the bond request and the school remodel update, Carol?
Sure, and I think Sue can probably cover that. And it's, I believe, the first article, warrant article anyway. So it makes
Yep.
sense.
So I'll bring up the warrant article, and then we can bring up the changes to the plans
Yep.
that were made since our meeting on the 29th.
Got you. All right,
No, that's the wrong warrant articles.
all right. I prefer to not do anything on Tuesday just in case the subject comes up.
Is it just me or is there like some additional audio in the background?
Ian Decker.
Yeah, someone's not on mute.
I think it's on John's line.
Oh, it's probably my hydroponics running. I'll go to mute.
No, it's somebody's talking.
It's
But
Deanne.
thank you.
Yeah, sorry, my wife's on a different meeting too. So she's, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get the warrant article up.
Carol, while that's going on, I just wanted to, I wonder, how is the CARES or HERO Act money being tracked and matched to expenses?
So what was received and spent so far, the school administration has a document that I could try to bring that for the next meeting. I think they were making some updates on some changes and things that were ordered at the end of the year. That money that we've received so far had to be spent by December 31st of last year. So they have a document showing all the money that came in and how it was spent. The money we should be getting in the next allocation, we don't know from the state yet exactly how much is coming, but that we'll have until December 31st of this year to spend.
I'm just wondering if the municipal association deems it appropriate for budget committee oversight on that.
I mean, we can certainly report back on how it was spent. It was so restricted in terms of what we spent on and the time frame. It had to be things that were completely expended by December 31st. So the time frame for spending it was extremely short for the last one. For the incoming one, I'm not sure because it is less restrictive in terms of how it can be used.
I'm not looking for more work for us. I'm just wondering if that's an expectation somebody might have, that there be budget committee oversight.
I think it's something not contemplated in our current laws.
Probably not.
Yeah. So I don't know if Sue Levinson wants to jump in. This updated warrant article is based on the most recent revisions to the plan. And it assumes a March voting date. So it does not build in any delay for deliberative or voting.
So that pretty much says it. We did make changes to the plan based on input from the budget committee. We sent those documents over to you, and Chris and Preston are here and can walk through some of those changes. But essentially, they took into consideration, as did the committee, the courtyard, the energy piece, trying to coordinate everything off of the back for ease of build. And so that's what the changes are, and it brings the total to $6,165,490. I will tell you that the interest number that you have in this warrant article, 154,149, the number should be 154,137, and that's based on updated information. We did check with council, and because it's just a small difference and it's lower, they said that can just be changed. So at the next school board meeting, the board can just change that to 154,137.25.
That's the first year payment, not the interest, correct?
Correct, and that's got a 19 cent per thousand. And then we,
Could you scroll down to the,
Yes.
so we can see the tax impact, please? Maybe it's on my end, sorry.
No, it's okay.
got everything because I thought, yeah, we wanted to put in estimates for the subsequent years, which we have, but the issue or the concern is that we don't know which option would be selected. Would it be 20 or 15 or 10? Those decisions would be made based on actual numbers. We have estimates right now. The bond bank has indicated that they are receiving good rates on their bond sale. So they believe that these are conservative numbers, 2.5, 2, and 1.5. So we did want to make it clear that year 2 will include principal and interest, and that year 1 is interest only.
Susan, don't you think you should include the actual cost of interest on here, or what it's going to cost in future years? Because as this tax impact is written, it says 19 cents per thousand, which makes it one of the cheapest, warrant articles on here, when really this is spending, half an entire year's budget.
So the issue though is which one do you pick? We're using the 20-year number in the warrant article as an estimate to be conservative, because that would be the well, actually it's 154 year 1 no matter what you select. So
Right, but I mean there's only there's like what, 3 options?
Yeah, there's 20.
I mean, can't you just write that this will cost voters a total of, 7.5 million to 8.2 million? I mean, it's not that hard. You can't just say, well, there's 3 options. We don't know what we're doing, so we're not going to write the actual cost of this.
So we'll put the estimate in.
I mean, I would like
At
to
a
see
minimum,
any
yeah.
actual number, because right now it looks like you're only spending $154,000 of the taxpayers' money.
Right. So you'd want a little bit added to the second sentence that actually has some numeric value.
Yeah, and I mean, I think in the thing, it's only saying 6.1 million for the budget. It's not really saying how much the interest is going to cost. The interest is going to be like $1 million. I mean, isn't the total cost of this to the taxpayer is going to be $7 million or so? I think it's fair to write that in there.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty much required to write that in there. And I mean, you put the worst case that, if you don't really know, just put the worst case, not to exceed this number.
Yeah, I agree.
I have another question about that sum. Is that the pre-escalation price? There's a reality that this doesn't get voted on till later on, right? And then we're going to have to push back the construction window and hit the escalation.
Right. So in our discussion, as we move forward with this, we did get numbers for that. So if we have to delay voting and we have to build over the winter, that will increase the construction costs to $5,264,133, and the soft cost would increase to $1,004,337, for a total of $6,268,470. And I have submitted that number to the bond bank for a January purchase. They came back with some preliminary.
Sorry, excuse me, Sue. What was it? 6.2 what? Sorry about that.
268,470.
Thank you.
So that's if everything is postponed, that's what we would be looking at. And the bond bank information I requested today, but the data came back with January 2023 calculations, so it's not correct. So in the morning, I'll follow up with them again to get corrected numbers, and I can share that with you when we receive it.
And what was the escalation percentage listed previously? Wasn't it like 3% of the construction cost?
The contingencies?
The escalation specifically, that would be different than the contingencies.
Okay. I've got an escalation contingency here on the 65490 project, which is 237,589. And the escalation contingency on the postponed one is 117,872.
So Susan, can I just jump in real quick just to kind
Sure.
of clarify something there?
Kristen.
I do think actually those two numbers were transposed. When we made the adjustment for the delayed start, the fall start and the winter build, we actually didn't add additional money to the project for escalation. It was for winter conditions.
Right.
Because we're going to be exposed building, the shell through the winter. So the additional cost for that was $80,000. But we did not kick up the escalation. The escalation is at 2.5% for both.
Yeah, so I guess my point would be that would incur both escalation as well as winter conditions, right?
Yeah, so we had 2.5% in the March bond vote option for escalation, and we maintained that same 2.5% for the delayed, the fall start, if you want to call it that.
Right. So my question is, does this 6.165, should we not show it as the escalation, the likely escalation in winter prices? That would be the worst case.
Well, the committee talked about that, and I believe the approach was that this warrant article was written assuming the March bond vote and assuming the original plan. If the bond vote gets pushed off to June 1st or July 1st, then the value would be amended at the deliberative session to account for that additional cost.
Yeah, Jim, just to add in there, right now our deliberative session is scheduled for February, and until we get clarification back from the state, I think they're not set to vote on that until, correct me if I'm wrong, Sue and Carol, but later this week or potentially next week. So the school district has to put these numbers together based upon a scheduled deliberative session that we have on the calendar.
That's true. And we met last night with the Board of Selectmen and the moderator. And some guidelines were put forth. Both parties want to have, one voting session, not multiple. But the school district has been advised that it's, at this time, it's not known whether you can keep pushing this out in 72-hour increments. And so I think Carol can speak a little bit more eloquently to that than I can, but we are waiting for guidance from the state to determine what their position is going to be on postponement. But we wanted to go out and get the numbers so that we weren't in a crunch when we did find out.
And then what about the aspect we can't, well, I know that the information about whether or not we can get the 30% of this from the state, that's not going to take place. That decision won't take place until after, if we stick with our scheduled March vote, right? So is there any way to work that into this warrant article is what I'm trying to say? Like it's at the bottom there to say that there might be 30% of this coming back from the state, or I don't know what the rules are on how you write those things.
Right. We did apply for state aid. We are eligible for 30%. There are other parties as well, and it is a competitive process. We were advised, I think Chris Solomon had correspondence from the state that their short list will not be available until March. And then of course the legislature has to make their final votes on their budget. So we cannot put a guess in here in terms of,
Right. We'll make that. I'm assuming people will make that known during the presentation tomorrow night. But other than that, it can't be incorporated into the warrant article, correct?
Right. And we do intend to speak to it. But at this time, we don't know if we will be selected.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, that's super unfortunate because always in the past, every time we've done this, we've had that when the warrant article was written. So we knew up front what would be provided by the state.
Yeah.
But we don't know. It's a chance.
Absolutely. They did, I think they did say that it was due to one of the emergency orders that they had the ability to kind of push that out. So it looks like there are a lot of extensions everywhere. It just makes it a little bit more difficult to to plan.
Okay, if that was due to one of the emergency orders, that makes sense.
So with that, we did make a few other changes in the warrant articles that we can go through, later. We changed the order a little bit and changed some amounts.
Well, before we get off the first warrant article here for the school bond, the estimated tax impact for subsequent years, the way it's currently written, it says the estimated tax impact for subsequent years, if it passes, will include principal and interest. That really doesn't tell people at all what the impact is going to be. I would suggest wording along the lines of, if this article passes, for the next 20 years, there will be an estimated tax impact of an additional dollar whatever per thousand for principal and interest payments. So making it up front that, there's this is how much the additional tax impact per year will be, and that it will be that for 20 years or 15 years. So they know they're not just voting for, an extra dollar per thousand for 1 year. It's signing up for 20 years of an extra dollar per thousand.
Can you just, I'm writing this down as you speak. So I have, if this article passes for the next 20 years, can you just?
Yep, I have, if this article passes for the next 20 years, there will be an estimated tax impact of an additional whatever per thousand for principal and interest payments.
Well, I mean, we should state the length of the bond, right? We don't know how long the bond's going to be yet.
Right. So that's the part. I don't know if they're going to decide that, but I mean that, I guess you could put 3 different tax impacts in there, but I think, you should go with the worst case scenario.
Right, not to exceed, that's the best choice you have.
So I'll take that back to the board and we'll talk about that. And
yeah, you could write for no longer than 20 years.
Okay.
For up to 20 years, the estimated tax impact will be up to. So I would just put
Or
that.
I really like the not to exceed. The not to exceed is very clear that's where it's at.
Either way,
but I that's just clearer language that people are used to seeing in document.
It actually gets even more complicated because as you reach the tail, the second half, or actually I think every subsequent year, the tax impact reduces because you're paying off the principal. So
Right.
every year it's a slightly different tax impact, and the valuation changes too, I guess, in the town. So that's another part of it.
Right.
The website shows an average tax rate impact that basically takes from year 2 to the end of the term, adds them together and averages it. That might be a fair way to represent it too.
It's Nottingham school project, right?
I think
Sue,
you
it might
should
be
put the
helpful to
maximum value and kind of put not to exceed.
Sue, it might help to share the numbers that we have. And part of the issue too is that the highest would be the shortest term, I think, for the bond.
Right. So the numbers that we have, and again, I am clarifying some little tweaks with the bond bank, because when we went through these, we found a couple of errors and they're fixing them for us. But just as an example, on the 20-year estimated schedule for a July purchase on 6/1/65/490, it would be 154, 137.25 year one, that's 19 cents. And then every year after that, it goes from 58 cents down to the lowest is 40. But what they did was they held the assessed valuation steady at 796, 347, 443, which that's going to creep up, which would impact that tax rate. And then the other thing that they mentioned was that they're using 2.5 to be conservative, but their July 2020 bond sale for 20 years was 1.67. And they do expect that the next one they purchase in July or they sell in July will be lower than 2.5.
So that can we share that cost that's on the website? I mean, that's a pretty succinct representation of it. I think that would be a great way to show it, what you have right on the website. really looks good.
So we'll look at the website and we'll look at this language that Tom suggested. And certainly when we have our bond hearing, I think we should disclose all of these numbers. And again, we're working on the details with the bond bank to get a few corrections into the 15-year one and into the escalated one, if you will, if things are postponed.
Yeah, I think it's more important to get one of these statements into the warrant article than at the bond hearing. I mean, I don't know how many people are going to attend the bond hearing, but all the voters are going to see this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll take that right back to the board, Carol and I, and we'll have that discussion and we'll check with council about what you can and can't put in and get back to you on that.
I know there was also talk we had discussed in the last meeting with the construction people, the additional costs that the addition would bring, such as maintenance, if they might have to hire a fourth janitorial person, increased electricity spending, increased heating costs. I was wondering if that is something that we can include in this warrant article to give people an idea of the increased ongoing costs this addition would bring.
Maybe at this point we could, if everyone's okay with this, at this point, we can always go back to it, but maybe we could put the new plan up and the new summary of costs. And there was an $80,000 solar allowance placed based on feedback from this committee that the architect looked at. So that would bring the new build to a net neutral position. So maybe if we put that up and we can begin to walk through the changes that were made that incorporated the suggestions.
Yeah, you want the actual let's see.
Preston and Chris, I would
Yeah.
think that the new.
Yeah, you could either make me the host or make Chris the host. I think we probably both have the plans and the budgets we could share.
And we did follow up at a subsequent meeting, Tom, about the maintenance costs and so forth. And again, they did feel that they were staffed sufficiently to manage it.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how, if you have 3 janitors right now and they're all working full time, how increasing the size of the building by roughly a third is not going to require a 4th janitor. I mean, it's just kind of simple math. People can only clean so many surfaces per hour.
Okay.
Okay, so would you like me to share then?
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's start here. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is the plan that we reviewed last time. Are you seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Chris, do you want me to just touch on it quickly, or do you want to try to?
Yeah, I can talk them through this, and then if you want to run through the numbers.
Yep, and I've got the revised plan too, but I just maybe just to remind people where we left off, and then show them where we ended up.
Yeah, great. So this is what we looked at last time, where as you see in the bottom left-hand corner, I keep moving my mouse to point stuff out. You guys can't see that. So we have the music room and the science labs, which were additions off of the academic core of the building. So the discussion was, can we consolidate those? As you remember, we had that alternative plan, and there was some discussion as to how do we make this a more efficient build, and look at potential options in the courtyard. So that's exactly what we did. Is we looked at, how do we infill this courtyard, use more of that space, making both a more energy efficient building and also a more efficient in terms of construction building. We also looked at that alternative plan. We had moved the music room. So as you see in this plan, we've eliminated the additions off the bottom, both academic wings of the building. So the first floor and second floor additions. We've moved the world language classroom into the courtyard. So by moving this into the courtyard, we still preserve the windows, both going into the library as well as the enrichment in the world language, which are required to have natural daylighting. We've preserved that. We've made the courtyard more efficient and the overall build more efficient. And then we have the music room and mechanical and storage off of the gym as well. as we saw last time. So we tried to really hone in on what you guys were talking about, some great ideas. We feel that this is kind of addresses all those issues, as well as provides the daylighting in the outdoor space that the school is looking for as well. In this plan, we've also, and in the budget, which you'll see Preston will present, we've also accommodated solar to power both the heating and cooling of this building, of the additions, so we can keep those costs down for the taxpayers. So Preston, if you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, well, before we leave this plan too, I'll just speak, from a construction phasing standpoint, this plan really simplifies things by consolidating the addition in the back. So this is addition in orange. Instead of having to deal with the disruption on your classroom wing throughout the school year of the music and the science classroom and the interruption of the stair and trying to figure out how we're going to maintain emergency egress throughout the school year. Now we really are isolated in the back, and this area can easily be fenced off, and we'll be able to work on constructing the addition. And then the following summer of 2022, be making the connections and completing the renovation work when the school is not occupied. So this is, I think, a win-win from that perspective too.
This also helps with, say, alternative approaches to the schedule. Say if we do have voting later this spring, we can still start construction this coming fall and be building throughout the winter and not disrupt the school itself. And then Preston and his team would break in and do those final renovations the following summer. So it gives us some more flexibility.
So if we take a look at the numbers, and I would just kind of highlight some of the things that changed again from the last summary. So the that change from the 2-story classroom addition to adding it to the courtyard infill and the music room on the first floor reduced the construction cost by $168,600. So a nice chunk of change was saved there, and you didn't give up any space. So this $5,173,000 reflects that almost $169,000 in savings. This is where I was mentioning before. I think these two numbers got transposed. The escalation is actually the smaller number, and the estimating contingency is the larger number. On the soft cost side, as Chris said, really the biggest change here was the solar allowance was added. That's $80,000. And the contingency came down a little bit because the construction costs came down. So that's how we get to the $6,165,490 that is on the warrant article that we just reviewed.
Could you describe or talk through, I guess, with your firm, how the two contingencies work as far as when your contingency would be drawn upon and when I'll call it our soft cost contingency would be drawn upon?
Yep. So the contract with Ekman Construction would just be for the hard cost. So these costs, the soft costs, are not run through Ekman's contract, and those are all items that are essentially being individually purchased through vendors and other service providers by the school district. That's the first thing. So great question about the contingency.
Sorry, I have a question about that.
Yep.
So who is managing construction services for the town to handle this? Is this our owner's rep that will be doing that? Is that the plan?
Yeah, so there's a $30,000 line item here for an owner's rep. They typically act as a clerk of the works, and they'll also help coordinate furniture, some of the testing and that sort of thing. Chris in the architectural firm will coordinate all of the design services, so the civil engineering and the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire. All of those engineers will report to Chris's firm.
And we also follow the project throughout construction. providing construction administration. It's not construction supervision and oversight, which is Preston will be running the construction team. That's their, as they are construction managers, they manage the subcontractors and the construction. But we will be on the project throughout construction.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, is there a list of how your exceptions work, or how the subcontractor exceptions get passed through, or is that handled later when the contract?
Yeah, that's in the contract, and we use a standard AIA construction management contract. So that's pretty much boilerplate, but I'm happy to explain the contingency part, which I think was your first question. So
thank you.
The contract itself is called a guaranteed maximum price proposal. And what that means is the total project cost cannot exceed, this number, the $5,173,000. And if the project comes in under that, then the funds are returned to the town. And if it comes in over that, it's Ekman's responsibility. So the two contingencies really serve different purposes. The escalation contingency, which again is, just reverse these two, please. The escalation contingency is a recognition that the project is not going to be bid. Now, when we originally put this estimate together, it was actually in 2020. It's been now kind of updated for that latest change, but the project's not going to be bid for another roughly 6 months. And we've been seeing in New Hampshire construction cost escalation anywhere annually from 5 to 8%. And in some specific trades, it's been much higher than that, and others not so bad. So we're expecting that the numbers that we're using today are not going to hold when it comes time to actually subcontract and buy out your project in the summer months. So what ends up happening in most cases is this estimating contingency ends up moving up into the construction costs, because it's a reflection of those additional costs. And the project gets bid out, we'll tabulate the results and sit down with the committee and review all of that information. The estimating contingency is really a reflection of the fact that the documents are not complete yet. So there's a design intent, which is reflected in the plans and through our conversations and discussions with the committee and the architect. But Chris's design is, well, you can see he has another $333,000 worth of design to do. So that one plan we saw is, maybe a tenth of what the, final plan set will include, probably even smaller percentage than that. So we try very hard to capture every cost that's going to be necessary in order to complete the design intent, but in some cases, there are details that haven't been worked out yet, and that contingency is called upon to deal with those kinds of instances. The owner's contingency is really for unforeseen conditions. So when you get down here, this 5%, so that is for an unknown condition that the contractor and the subcontractors could not have reasonably understood when they were bidding the project. An example of that is ledge. It's very common. We're in the granite state. We hope to have geotechnical information before we actually go out to bid to help reduce that risk. But ledge is something that is always excluded from subcontractor bids and can be expensive to deal with if it's encountered. So in that kind of instance, if there were additional costs because of an unknown, subsurface condition like ledge or, contaminated soils or anything like that, that would be a cost that would be the responsibility of the school district, and this contingency is here to deal with those kinds of things. Probably more than you wanted to know about contingencies, but good question.
Yeah, no, thank you for clarifying. Which was which. So as the plans get refined and we say this hits the warrant at what it's listed at, the 6.1, then is that at that number there, then there is
Yep.
not a chance of that increasing or of Ekman coming and saying, well, this was unforeseen in the design and we've overrun our contingency and we need more money.
Correct. Yeah. The only owner, let me take a step back. The only change orders that the school district would see are owner requested changes. So if they want to make design changes to the plans, or those unforeseen conditions like the ledge that I just described.
Thank you.
It's also that when Preston goes out to bid this is, there could also be some numbers that say if it comes in lower, those funds are just, it's not, the money's not returned to the district. It's never spent. So
yeah, that's right. You don't draw down.
And it's the GMP comes in $200,000 less, then that's what the GMP is signed at. It's not, we don't sign at the higher number. And then throughout construction, since it's a cost plus open book construction process, if there's other savings found throughout construction, the change orders can actually be credits as well. They work in both directions.
That's right. Yep.
So there, as we find other savings, maybe we find a more efficient brick, or we have favorable bidding on the windows. If there's savings, then that's all returned back to the district.
Well, that's great. Thanks for clarifying. It was open book. Thank you.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so that's the update on the cost figures. Any other questions on this or the plan?
Sorry. One other. I had asked Mr. Sousa. I don't know if he'd like to speak to it. Just for currently, students are dropped off out back of the school, and they utilize that kind of the entire back driveway for drop off and staging. And maybe with the plan up, we could just hear what that would look like after the new addition. Unless that's something that'll be covered tomorrow, then I won't take any more time here.
Well, certainly I can briefly mention one of the issues we've been dealing with, particularly now with COVID, is that we have a lot more parent drop-offs. And so we are wrestling with cars being not only out our driveway, but on 152 as well. What we hope would happen once we are done with COVID is that we'll have more ridership on our buses, and we'll be working to promote that as well, which will reduce the number of parent pickups and drop-offs. That certainly will help reduce the numbers. But the construction project, if you look at the back of the school, the way the road curves around the back, the road will be paved, which will allow us better winter management, for lack of a better term. Also, there'll be extra places for students to get dropped off. There'll still be the classroom wing door, but also the other kindergarten door too. So we'll be looking at utilizing more entrances and a larger space for students to unload from their cars. Currently in the wintertime, they're really only unloading maybe a 40-foot span. But if we had a larger area, we could actually have students, triple that exiting. So we think the car line will move quicker.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, if there aren't any more questions for Preston or Chris in regards to the project, again, that bond hearing is tomorrow evening at 6:30. And I think you can get more questions answered probably at that point in time. But Preston and Chris, I think we can probably let you guys go, get on with your evenings.
All right.
Thanks
so much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. So Carol, do you want to we'll just jump back into the other warrant articles at this point to review those?
Sure.
Let me get them up on the screen. I need more screens. The one laptop is not working for me.
I did plug in my second monitor. I had to take it away from my work stuff.
Okay.
So the operating budget will go through in detail.
Yep.
Article 3 is the statutory language to pose the question of whether to withdraw from SAU 44 based on the plan that was presented by the SAU Planning Committee. And we had a public hearing on that back in November, I think. It feels like it was longer ago. So that plan is posted, that report is posted on the school website if anyone wants to review it. And we can't elaborate on the plan in this language because it is dictated by statute.
Now, Carol, I don't know if it's different with these articles that you guys put out as it is with petition warrant articles. But previously I had put in a petition warrant article and the RSAs specify, you know, just like this, they specify this is the way the question should be worded. It says what needs to be on the ballot, which is, I guess, what you've written here. And I had submitted the petition with a preamble, essentially. So there was more text than what was required in the RSA, because quite frankly, a lot of times the way the question is written in the RSA is either hard to understand or it was written to be kind of biased in some way to get the outcome they wanted. And the town, I saw it get put on the draft of the warrant articles without that preamble. It was just the way it's written in the RSA. And I said, no, I wrote the petition with this preamble to tell voters what they're voting on and explain it. And the town went and talked to the town's lawyer, and the town lawyer said it was okay. I guess that you just need to have what is required in that RSA, the required wording, but it sounds to me that like the attorney decided that it was okay to have more text as well that can explain things. So I really feel like with how much money this thing is going to save us, you know, really we're doing a disservice to not try to explain more here the benefits and why we would want to withdraw from the SAU. Similarly, where it says there's no tax impact, I know that's because that has to do with the next current year, but there's nothing, you know, stopping us from putting another note on here like we do with the bond one up in Article 1 there, where we say that there will be impacts in subsequent years. I think it would be appropriate to write a statement here that says, you know, our estimate is that leaving the SAU will save Nottingham approximately some $100,000 per year in the future.
We can ask the school attorney. It is an entirely different statute than the statute that you're referencing, because this is specific to withdrawing from an SAU.
Yep, I think it's more or less a question of, you know, if statutes require you to have particular wording, it sounds like the requirement is that all of those words be there. It's not mutually exclusive with having other wording as well, right? So I think that I would really highly encourage you to add some more exposition to this to kind of explain, you know, the benefits of this and why it's recommended and the potential savings and things like that. And even if you don't put it in the, you know, the official 3 lines here, that's the warrant article, it could go down right below where it says there's no additional tax impact. You know, I think it would be wise to explain to voters that this represents a substantial savings going forward every year.
So in addition to the deliberative session, which will be explained, the school district does a mailing to all households. I don't know that it's all a separate mailing to each voter, but it's for each household, which will have explanations of all of the warrant articles. I don't think the town does a similar mailing to that. So we will be sending out information to all of the households in the town.
Yep, that's great, but I would just have it also say that on the ballot.
So I don't know if you want to scroll down to the next one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And then the next few articles are all capital reserve funds that we fund based on expected expenses. The textbook capital reserve fund is specifically to even out expenditures on new curriculum so that because they're all done in cycles and staggered so that they're not all in 1 year. So this capital reserve is funded from the unassigned fund balance if there's funds available at the end of the year. And the $20,000 is in line with what we've done in past years so that when we do have a new curriculum purchase, it doesn't all get hit in 1 year in the budget.
Carol, I got a question about this. So this is taking $20,000 and putting it into the capital reserve fund for textbooks. And it says that the sum is to come from the unassigned fund balance. Am I correct in assuming that's the money, like if you guys ask for a $10 million budget and you spend $9 million, there would be a $1 million unassigned fund balance? Is that the way that works?
And unlike the town, we can't retain as high of a percentage of the unassigned fund balance as the town does. So there's a small reserve that can be retained and then the rest is all returned to the taxpayers.
So there's an actual limit on that, because that just came up. We were just discussing the school, and they were saying, if this, comes in under budget, that money would be returned to the taxpayer. But it looks like, actually, I don't know. Is there a percent that gets? Are you essentially maxing out a limit here? How much of the unspent money is getting put into other things instead of returned to the taxpayer?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You said you said unlike the town, you guys can't keep.
Right.
Is there a limit to how much you can keep or move into other funds?
There's not a limit, I don't think, in how much can be put into capital reserve funds other than what's approved by the taxpayers by warrant. But the retained amount, I believe, as maximum is 1.5%. And Sue can confirm that for me because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it was about 4 years ago, they had a new statute that allowed school districts to retain up to 2.5%. And we took it up with the budget committee and came down to 1.5%. So we vote on it. We decide if we think we may need it. If you don't use it, it lapses and goes back. And this year, the law changed again and moved it to 5%. And our attorney recommended that we put an article forward to change it to 5%, and we passed on that. So right now it's at 1.5% that the board can decide to hold on to that for an emergency. And there are all kinds of rules. It has to go back to the budget committee. It has to be approved by the Commissioner of Education and so forth.
I think there has to be a public hearing before you can spend that money, the 1.5%.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that for me.
Yep. So the next one is the building repair capital reserve. This is based on the CIP, and the CIP has been reviewed and updated again by the school board, and will be. I think there's actually a CIP committee meeting happening tonight or today. But the CIP will include some things that would need to be addressed if the addition is not approved. So it does include some elements that would be covered if the addition gets built. So this allocation of 35,000 is based on projections of what will need to be addressed over the next 5 or 8 years. I don't remember the exact span.
So if these articles don't pass, does the money that you're proposing to move from the unassigned fund balance to these funds, does that just get returned to the voters then?
Right, unless the 1.5% is retained, the rest all gets returned.
Is there a way to write that into these articles? Because it's not at all clear to me that that's what I'm choosing between.
This is consistently how it's worded every year, and it's always the capital reserve funds are funded through the unassigned fund balance, and it's explained at deliberative as well.
Right, but it's not explained on the ballot. I don't think most people go to deliberative. I find it confusing. It's not clear to me that, if I vote no to this, that it lowers my taxes potentially by $35,000.
Okay. The next one is the Grounds Improvement Capital Reserve Fund. Those items are also included on the CIP. Includes things like repaving the parking lot when that will be needed, repairing sidewalks, potentially paving the back drive that's used by parents dropping off students right now. Those are all laid out in the CIP. And we're proposing 15,000. And the order that these are funded is the order that they're listed on the warrants. So if there's not enough to fund all of them, they're funded in the order that the articles are listed. And the final one is the Special Education Capital Reserve. And this, one of the reasons for funding it at this level is that because there are anticipated needs for current students in the elementary school and high school that we already know may be coming in the future. So not needs for the next school year, because those would have been included in the operating budget if we knew that they would be incurred this upcoming year, but future needs that we are anticipating for either transportation or special placements. And so Mr. Byrne helped to advise the board on the amount that should be included in this capital reserve, which for this article is 20,000. And that is it.
So is this amount that's currently in the balance ever used to offset the budget, or is it generally in addition to whatever's funded through the budget process?
So if there was an unexpected need in the 2021-22 school year that was not accounted for in the budget, then these funds could be used to address that needs. And then if it's in a future year, we could either move it to the operating budget or use these funds to pay for that. So they would be in addition to what's in the current operating budget.
Thank you.
I would suggest the statement where it says there's no additional tax impact. I would suggest the wording, if this passes, there is no additional tax impact. If it does not pass, the $15,000 will be returned to the taxpayers. I think that's a succinct way of making that clear.
Are there any other? I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
I have a quick question on the 1.5% thing. So you can retain an additional 1.5% on top of the warrant articles? Or is the 1.5% inclusive?
I believe that's additional because it's like a contingency reserve.
Okay, and that's what I understood too, but I just want to double check.
Right.
And the state allows that to be 5%, but as a town, we've chosen to limit what the school can keep to 1.5% in that unassigned fund balance.
The state just changed the statute in 2020 to allow the school district to go up to 5% if it's approved by the voters.
But we in Nottingham keep it at 1.5.
Right. Maximum 1.5.
Right.
All right. Any other questions on the warrant articles? All right, so at this point, we're going to open up the public hearing. And this is a very unique year that we've got Zoom and doing this completely remotely, as all of our meetings have. But to just give the folks that are in the public kind of an overview, the Budget Committee has been meeting with the school district really since about October, November at this point, working through the budget. At this point, what we'll be doing tonight is I'll be presenting the budget to the public, and we'll be going through section by section, which we did kind of review some of the changes, but I'll give some summaries as far as total costs. I'll stop after each section. And at that point, if a member of the public would like to ask a question, we are going to limit it to 3 to 4 minutes for each person, just in case there are multiple questions from folks. But please just raise your hand. There's a function at the bottom of your screen to the right.
Not you.
And you should be able to raise your hand. So if you do have a question, John Decker has volunteered to monitor that for us. But we just ask that you state your name and your address, and then you can address the question to me, the chair. And then if we're not able to address it as a budget committee, we can ask for the school, Carol and Sue and the rest of the folks for some help in answering the questions. But I will say we have worked through this tirelessly over the past couple of months. And at this point, we're ready to go through it with all of you. At the end of the public session, we'll close the meeting at that point. There'll be no longer public comment available. And we will vote on accepting the revenue projections, considering the warrant article for the operation budget, and then considering the other warrants at that point in time. But at this point, we will open up the public hearing. Thank you for coming. So I'm going to share my screen again. The wrong one. So we're going to start with section the 1100s, if you will. And the costs that are in here are associated with all of the teacher salaries and benefits.
Your screen is not sharing that I can see from my end. Is that just me?
Sorry about that. I don't know why I can't get it to come up.
I thought you had it up, and then you said it was the wrong one, but you were too quick.
Yeah, let me see. For some reason, it's not letting me bring it up.
Are you still the host, or did it? Yeah, it does say you're the host still.
Yeah. There we go. Can everybody see it now?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So to go through there's a very large increase in this first section of the 1100s, and Tom LeVay, I kind of broke it down a little bit to summarize part of this section. Oops, not too far. With just the salaries and the retirement increase, there was a rather large increase for the contracted increase for the New Hampshire Retirement System contribution. This is a repeating issue throughout the budget for all of the contracted positions, as well as there were contractual increases for teachers for pay raises, whether it be step or cost of living adjustments, and health insurance. But the bigger part, again, impacting this is a teacher salary increase of about 3.3%, but more so the retirement piece that's up a 22% increase over last year. So the total going through contracted services, which is line 5442. Through contracted services, before we start with tuition, the adopted budget for 2020-21 was $3,508,445.88. The proposed budget for this year is $3,726,788. $726.42 for an increase of $217,560.54, or 6.2% increase. Again, that's up through lines 54, 42 for contracted services.
Tim, is retirement considered benefits for the teachers?
Yes.
Because I thought it was interesting. I mean, the Warren article that was put out, last year or the year before, the one that supposedly voters approved these large increases, the school board provided the estimated increase in here for teachers' salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. And I'm seeing that the increase in here for 2022 looks to be about 95,000. Whereas what we're seeing here is, closer to like 200,000. So
Yeah,
I'm wondering, is that something that the school board can be held to? I mean,
Well-
can they give these estimates and then go so wildly above them?
Hold on, Tom. I'm trying. So we did ask that actually at one of the last meetings, and I believe, and Chris, you might be able to jump in here, or Nate. The retirement system is not considered part of the benefits in the contract, in the teacher's contract. I think that I thought, my understanding was that was health, dental, disability.
Yeah, even that's higher than 95,000. I mean, the teacher's salaries alone is up by what, 72,000, and then you have like some amount more for health insurance and disability and dental and all that stuff. It seems like these estimates were way off, and that's what was provided to the voters.
Unfortunately, I don't think that there's any recourse. That it was an estimate at that point, and obviously things change over the year.
Right,
and you
but isn't
can't
most
predict
of this
everything.
stuff extremely predictable with these steps and stuff?
I think the steps are, but not the health insurance.
Sure, but I mean, just the steps alone is, $72,000. That's the vast majority of the $92,000 prediction there, or 95,000. This
will
is
say-
more or less just a comment on the, continuing, a lot of times, a lot of this responsibility is pushed off onto the voters by saying that they approved these union contracts and there's nothing that the school can do because we can't touch any of these cost increases because the voter approved it. But the voters approved it based on the wording that I just showed, and that wording said, estimates 95,000, and then we're seeing here $200,000. So just pointing out that voters were acting on bad information.
All right, if there's no public comment on that first part, we'll go into the tuition. So between the tuition for Dover High School, another public high school, and Co-Brown, as we covered prior, the proposed budget is $4,875,898 between the two, an increase of $545,996.59, or 12.6% increase for those two line items.
So I noticed we're still paying a few extra $1,000 here for paying tuition to Portsmouth, even though that's not one of the schools on record. That's interesting. And then also I noticed we're paying to Pinkerton, and that seems to be quite affordable. Is that like a special one-time deal, or is that a rate that Pinkerton offers?
That is not a one-time deal. We've had over the years as many as, I think, 4 kids there. They're a much bigger school, and I think that factors into their overall tuition.
Because that's a lot less than what we're spending per student or what we're paying to send students to other schools. So, I mean, maybe we should try to encourage people to go there.
Any other questions on tuition? And then regular education. So the total for lines 5610 up here, actually it starts in there's a line before this page with language arts, and through line 5810, which is right here. The total for just that section is $63,109.85 for the 2021-22 proposed, a decrease of $3,575.81, or 5.4% decrease. And that brings you to the total for regular education. The proposed budget for 2021-22 is $8,665,015.27, an increase of $759,981.32, or a 9.6% increase for regular education. Well, if there aren't any questions there, we'll move through special education. Which brings me right to line 113. The total for special education proposed budget for 2021-22 is $2,140,753.68, an increase of $153,597.40, or a 7.7% increase. And Sue or Cal, I don't know if you wanted to address that increase at all, which is mostly in special ed para.
I think that was more union contracted salary raises, I believe.
Well, I think with the special education, I don't know, some of that is based upon changes.
I think what it relates to, my understanding of it is that we're responsible for all of our students, regardless of the school that they attend. And so we do provide paraprofessionals based on the IEPs for each student. In the case of Co-Brown, in our contract, we have a line that says if you are providing a one-on-one paraprofessional, then you don't pay the student service rate, you pay the regular rate. In Dover, we pay based on tiers, which kind of enumerates the types of issues and puts them all into a tier. But we are also responsible for paying for the paraprofessionals that are hired based on the student need. And so that's where you're seeing some increases. And then again, also with we had the bubbles, we still have a couple of grades. And when they roll out to high school, you have more students and therefore more students that may have special needs, and that can drive up your special education budget.
Thank you, Sue. So that brings us into co-curricular activities.
One more thing that we could just add, I just noticed on the preschool line, there's an increase in Stratford left the step-by-step preschool. So we're now sharing all of the preschool costs with Northwood between the two districts. So there's an increase on that line, and then regular preschool will also have an increase.
I think we got $25,000, a $25,000 increase for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we add the classrooms for preschool in Nottingham, will that line item change?
I think you
sorry.
Go ahead, Carol.
all of the preschool budgets will have to change. We'll have to, once they decide what type of model preschool to utilize in the Nottingham school, then all of those costs will change. And we expect it will be less, but without knowing when those decisions haven't been made yet about what the preschool model will be in terms of how many days per week, how many teachers, how many classrooms.
Stratford did do it last year, so we can follow somewhat. I mean, we wouldn't make all the same decisions, but they were able to do it with a cost savings. But they also had a spot for it right out of the gate as well, so.
For co-curricular, which starts at object 5110, goes through 5810.
Can you scroll up just a little bit there, Tim?
Let me see.
I think you just got to drag the document itself. Use that little hand tool over there.
Why is it not?
I think it may be, there's a little
page by
page.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, you're missing the first few lines that are on the end of the last page. I think if you move over about 7 icons or so, there's one that's selected. I think that's locking it to show only a full page at a time. Yeah, like an inch over to the right from where your mouse is. I think that's locking it to a single page. Fit to width scrolling, try that.
There we go.
Now you should be able to see half of each page.
Are you available during the day, Tom, at all for this type of consulting activity? So for co-curricular, total 2021-22 proposed budget is $32,440.22, an increase over last year of $631.02, or a 2% increase over last year.
So a question for Susan or Chris, what's exactly the definition of co-curricular?
Co-curriculars are any extracurricular activities.
So outside the academic coursework?
Clubs or, yes, any kind of enrichment activities could be considered co-curricular.
Right.
As well.
So, I mean, considering that this budget, you guys are $1.4 million over budget essentially, and you're about to drop a almost 9% tax increase on the voters. I mean, this seems like a place where you could maybe cut some costs, considering you claim that everything else is almost untouchable because of union dues. I mean, there's thousands of dollars in here for video games, computer games, Legos, you know, and we've mentioned that before, and you know that this budget is wildly over budget. I mean, isn't this a place where you could address that? I mean, if you have to trim some costs, wouldn't co-curricular, things that are outside of the necessary academic coursework, wouldn't that be one of the first places to start looking for things to cut?
I just want to make the point that the proposed budget is actually less than the default budget because Mr. Sousa and the administration found places to cut things like supplies that were able to be reduced. And the school board did not think that, you know, the co-curricular salary line is kept flat. The only increase here is because of the statutory retirement costs. So we do not think that these opportunities for students should be reduced.
Right. Well, I mean, the default budget is like a 10% tax hike. So, I mean, it's not really much of a choice that's being provided. If this proposed budget is what is given to the taxpayers, you're giving them the choice between a 9% and a 10% tax hike. That's fairly significant considering the school taxes are 78% of the town taxes. You're talking about $700 tax hike for the average household in town. And things like Legos and video games are not things that the taxpayers should have to be paying for. We have a constitutional mandate to provide an adequate education to children in the town. We do not have a constitutional mandate to provide toys and video games for after-school activities. These are things that if you want to continue doing them, you can ask for voluntary fees and contributions from parents or volunteers who want to run them instead of paying stipends to things. I think it's a real disservice to the taxpayers in Nottingham to continue to pay for video games and Legos when you're about to dump a 9 or 10% tax hike on them. It shows real irresponsibility with the budget.
Chris, what percent of kids take advantage of the co-curricular activities? Out of the study? About, you know.
Yeah, we did a study a number of years ago, so the numbers are obviously skewed because of the students, you know, obviously shifting and leaving grades. But we had about 60% of our students participating in athletics and co-curriculars. And that was before we had some of our newer curriculars or co-curriculars rather, for the elementary school students. So I would suggest it would be a little bit higher because we are offering some coding workshops and clubs for kids who are in grades 1 and 2. So.
Also, video games are in this ever are not simply kids playing video games. They may do some of that, but it is, as you were just mentioning, coding, and some of the video games that are out there now are very, involve a lot of intellectual activity, a lot of creative thinking. These are educational boosts, and sometimes to children who learn differently than others, they may be prime academic sources. And Legos as well is a boost for creativity. Legos is not simply the big little blocks that tiny little children play with. It's much more now.
Yeah, the Lego program we have is the first Lego Robotics program, and it runs all the way from elementary school through high school. I was the high school principal of one of the national winners of that, and it actually involves students learning about robotics, as well as coding, physics, science, presentation skills, communication skills. It's really not about building Legos like you would at home. It's really pretty intense.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Legos and video games are fun and they can be educational, but it's a question of you're already like $1.5 million over budget. And
Yep,
you
you've
know,
said.
you can't just keep dumping that on the taxpayer, and to just say that there's nothing that can be cut is just a lie. I mean, these are things that are not part of the academic curriculum. I don't think most taxpayers would be pleased to know that when their taxes are going up $700 this year, that there were thousands of dollars going to video gaming clubs and Legos.
Again, that's the looking at what the perception of video games and Legos may be. And the video games as they're being used in our school and the Legos are not kids playing as they would at home. These are educational activities, and educational activities that may really address learning styles of children that conventional ways of educating them don't.
Sure, but they're not part of the core academic curriculum. And the argument here is not that they don't provide any educational value. The argument here is that the taxpayer should not have to be funding all of these extra activities. These are not required to provide an adequate education to children. It's great if you want to do them, and I encourage you to continue doing them. But ask parents to pay a voluntary contribution to keep these programs going. Don't force all the taxpayers in town to pay for them. You're going to put people out of their homes because you think these things are a good idea, and they may be a good idea, but they shouldn't be funded by the taxpayers. It should be a voluntary thing that people who want to participate in it can pay for it. The taxpayers are supposed to fund actual adequate education. There's any number of extra things that we could tack on that would be wonderful. I mean, it would be very educational for the children if we got some horses and ponies in there and we got to teach them about horsemanship and how to raise animals and animal husbandry. But it's just not something that you're going to make the taxpayer pay for.
So Tom, just to, you know, I think we're getting a little sideways on what the sentiment is that looking for places where dollars could be cut from and not necessarily, harboring on this particular item. It's 0.22% of the total budget for this. I just think holistically looking at what items other than the 1100 and 1200s could be reduced. So, I agree to some extent, but I think that we got to look kind of at a broader view and not necessarily dig into the, it's not even our role to dig into each of these line items, right? It's more make a suggestion on a reduction and
Yeah, I completely
have them
agree. I
sort
don't
of-
want to get hung up on these particular things, but I think they're emblematic of the fact that no one has really tried to trim this budget. I mean, Carol said, the default budget was much higher. Yeah, it was 10% increase, and now it's an 8.7% increase. That's really not much of an effort at trimming the budget. And it's true, this is just one little drop in the bucket, but if you want to not have that bucket be overflowing and soaking taxpayers, you got to start bailing out some drops somewhere. So I don't want to get stuck on this. I think we should continue. I just wanted to make it known at this public hearing that there were thousands of dollars in here for video games and Legos that the taxpayers are going to be saddled with. So with that, I think we can move on if no one has any further comment on that section.
We do have a comment from Dave Dearborn. Basically, thank you, Thomas, for speaking for some of us taxpayers. A 10% increase in taxes is not prudent posture, especially given these times. Many people are struggling. Thank you, Tom, for trying to be fiscally responsible. There's also some previous comments that I think were probably related to warrant Article 1. I'll share those afterwards.
Thank you, John. Any other questions in the co-curricular section? We will move on to athletics. The proposed budget for 2021-22 is $39,665.90, an increase of $846.40, or 2.2% over last year.
So just to reiterate, I mean, athletics are not part of the academic pursuit here. And I'm not going to get into any more of that, besides the fact that you'll see there is about $10,000 at least in here for, officials and umpires and referees. And, I asked about that in a previous meeting, and I was told that, we have to hire particularly licensed referees and officials and umpires for these things, people that, cost a lot of money because they have all these certifications and licensing and background checks and things. And that's a contingent on playing in these prestigious, regional leagues. And I suggested, well, why don't we just play with other schools without having to be a part of this, league, which is saddling us with tens of thousands of dollars of extra expenses. And the reason that I was given was that it might not seem as prestigious on someone's college application if they were trying to chase an athletic scholarship.
It's, between the athletics and the co-curriculum, you're talking $70,000. And honestly, I'm not so sure how prestigious, 8th grade athletics is for college, but, I would think that would be more high school.
Yeah, well, that was the excuse that I was given when I questioned why we had to be a part of these particular athletic leagues. And I agree, individually, each of these things is only a drop in the bucket, right? But, $30,000 here for Legos and video games and $40,000 here and there for some athletic umpires. Before you know it, you have your $1.5 million soaking of the taxpayers.
Any other questions on athletics? So the Summer Institute total for 2021-22 is $3,757, no increase over last year. The next section is guidance. the guidance total for 2021-22 is $207,000, $207,457.68, an increase of $16,822.13, or 8.8% over last year.
I just got a couple questions there. I mean, the EpiPens, I thought you had to have a prescription for those. And can we just get them like that and just hand them out? I thought they were controlled.
They are a controlled substance, and we're allowed to have a couple on hand without that are just generic EpiPens to use in case of emergency if we do not have a student or an adult's personally prescribed EpiPen with them. They're just life-saving precautions.
Right. And I understand that. And that's why I was just really concerned that there could be a liability issue or whatever, because it is a controlled substance and all that stuff.
Yeah, they're handled through the school nurse. So she's the only one who has the ability to use them, even though I think as we get trained, so the staff through CPR and training can use someone's personal one or help them, but those are for the nurse to use.
Right. I know you can help somebody with their own. So, okay, that's why I just wanted to ask that.
Yeah, no, good question.
And the other question I just had was on the replacement of the equipment. Do we need to do all of that this year?
That's actually been reduced from what we have done in the past, and we haven't replaced a lot of that equipment over the years. And so we're really due to start making sure that we have up-to-date medical and health equipment. But we did reduce that line.
Last year we only adopted 1,200, and so it's gone up this year. I mean, it's not like, again, yeah,
right.
It's not big money, but
yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry, I got wrong number. Last year it was nothing.
Yeah,
and
if you go back, it's not a line that we've put a lot of funds into over the years. So again, we're kind of reaping. We're trying to get back onto more of a schedule that we can continuously upgrade or improve as needed, as opposed to waiting. But when I mentioned we reduced this line for this year. We were looking for more equipment. We thought we were going to try and phase that in.
Yeah, you had crossed out the audio meter or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I asked, Chris, because it was previously nothing. And then, if there's some way to kind of, roll through them at a pace instead of like having ups and downs,
I completely agree. We've been trying to do that since I've been here, and I think the board has actually made several policies around replacements, such as textbooks and things. And I think we've been looking recently at kitchen equipment and the health offices and the technology to see if we can get on a replacement schedule. The technology, we're almost there. So I think we'll see that soon with the nurse and some of the other big ticket items in our building.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you. Couldn't agree more.
So that was the nursing total, nursing health, which is $115,162.87 for 2021-22, an increase of $9,096.10 or 8.6%. You jumped ahead on me, John.
Oh.
Then for special contracted services, the total proposed budget for 2021-22 is $14,239.08, a decrease of $6,190.33, or a 30.3% reduction from last year. And scrolling down to speech. Speech total proposed budget for 2021-22, $219,702.60, an increase of $30,990.82, an increase of 16.4% over last year. contracted OT and PT. Proposed budget for 2021-22, $113,723.29. An increase of $4,416.97. An increase of 4% over last year. Improvement of instruction. Proposed budget for 2021-22, $82,147.82. An increase of $1,264.40, a 1.6% increase over last year. Instruction and curriculum development. Proposed for 2021-22, $142,782.16, an increase of $13,792.96, a 10.7% increase over last year. Library and media. Proposed for 2021-22, $124,279.15, a decrease of $27,155.84, a decrease of 17.9% over last year.
All right, I have a couple of stupid questions on this. So I noticed we have a new line for library new equipment. You know, it's just $1, but I was just curious why. I mean, last year we had nothing. This year we have $1. I'm sure nobody's replacing anything for $1.
I think, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that just to add that new item into, because I know for other equipment in the school, there's replacement equipment and then new equipment as two separate to distinguish the two.
That $1 becomes a holding line. If we don't put that dollar in for 3 years, the line then disappears. So that really is a holding place. As we begin to look at how we're going to be able to create more of a transparent budget by placing equipment and all the items in lines that are more suited for what they're used for.
All right. It just, not that it's a big deal, $1 or whatever. Can we change those to like a penny? You know, that would be more accurate.
Well, my understanding as well is you needed to include that line item and then funds can be moved to it after the budget's approved. Is that correct? But if there isn't a line item, that funds can't be spent on new equipment.
Correct.
That's why we tend to want to put $1 on it. There is also the case that's sometimes made that if the entire function has value, then you can move between lines. But that's a lot of what it's about, is just having the ability to move funds, move amounts between lines.
Right, and that I understand that, and that's really what I guess the point I was getting to is, you know, instead of putting these items in at $1 to hold them, we'd be better suited to put them at a penny. You know, if that's really the whole point, is to hold the line open for, you know, just so people, you know, so transparency. But it's, you know, I'm not going to quibble over 99 cents, but just something I kind of thought about, that it'd be something to look forward, you know, look towards doing maybe in the future. And the other question is the American Association of School Library Membership. Again, that was nothing, and this year it kind of popped up as $190. I'm just wondering why it's important to add this year. Again, not big bucks, but.
Chris, I thought what I heard on that was that we have a new librarian this year.
Yep.
And I think that
Yeah.
membership in this would be kind of professional development for this person that's a bit newer than the librarian we had in the past, but I'm not sure if Chris is still here to confirm that.
Yes, I am. Yep. Thank you, Susan. Yes, that certainly is part of it. In addition, we've paid for a lot of these dues in the past out of other line items that just said dues and fees, but maybe it wasn't for a guidance fee or it wasn't for a library dues and fees. So we're trying to be, again, more accurate in how we structure where we pull the money from. We do have a new librarian. We have an evolving philosophy on how we're utilizing our library media center as we have more technology and different types of programming coming in. And so we think this is going to be vastly beneficial. Also, our past librarian was a board member to this organization. So she didn't have to pay dues because she was an elected board member of it. So we didn't necessarily see those dues for a couple of years.
All right. No, good. Thank you, Chris. I mean, I agree that it's, good to add those line numbers in for transparency and stuff. But, and that's why I had to ask the question because it was new this year. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I may mention, John, I believe, and I'm not 100% sure, but when the DRA looks at all of our budgets, they tend to operate in whole dollars and recognizing whole dollars. So that might be another reason why we put the $1 amount in there versus pennies.
Right. But correct me if I'm wrong. They only look at the subcategory totals. That's all that they're really interested in. So, and which back to Susan's comment earlier is if those become zero, then you can't move anything into it. But if there's $1 there, then you could do what you guys need to do.
Any other questions on library and media? So technology.
John, it does look like we have another question in the chat area.
Sorry, nobody's raising their hand, so I don't necessarily have, I got to keep looking at the chat because it keeps going behind because I'm referencing back to my own notes. All right. So I'm from Jean Reed to everyone. Has the budget committee reviewed line item transfers from last year's spending to determine where money from each line was really spent? We have not reviewed specific transfers. But those should be reflected in
It should be in the actuals when
Right.
we're in
Yeah.
the actuals.
yeah.
So we typically review the actual, every quarter to 6 months and at the end of the year, the audit. And that's where typically we'll go through almost like this proposed budget, we go through and Chris or Carol would highlight any sections that they had to change from year over year. Hope that answers that question.
Gene, you can talk if you want. Do you need me to unmute you?
Well, I just unmuted myself.
Okay. Apparently we haven't turned that off. I can mute you though.
Well, you can. Okay, I won't get out of control. Okay, that my question apparently is answered then. Is there a way to track if a line item is spent for another line? I know in the past for both the town and the school, as long as you don't violate the bottom line, you can transfer between different lines to cover changes during the operating budget period. So my question is, does the school keep track? In this case, the school, they keep track of when they spend money from one line on another item, and where does that appear in the previous year's recap?
Glenn, is Glenn still here?
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, thanks. Could you maybe address that? I know in the past, we used to do all kinds of line item transfers, and then it just became cumbersome. And so what we decided was it was just best to let a single line overdraw, if you will, as long as the whole section and the whole budget didn't overdraw. And that was a better way to analyze actual costs. But with the new system, I'm not sure if that's still tracking the same way.
Yes, so for fiscal year 2020, there were not any line item budget transfers. The practice was exactly as you described, Ms. Levinson, that expenditures were expensed to the appropriate line item. And if that individual line was overspent, then there was budgetary savings in other lines within that function or department.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. So technology, the proposed budget for 2021-22, $186,411.61, a decrease of $15,072.11, a decrease of 7.5% over last year.
I'll just add, I know there was a question about whether we could contract through Comcast instead of Consolidated Communications, and Comcast does not provide fiber service at the bandwidth that would be required. But we will be looking at negotiating a new contract with Consolidated Communications next year.
Carol, thanks for that. Was there any research into breaking the contract with Consolidated?
Go ahead, Mr. Sousa.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we did look into that, and so what we've done is we work with a company to help us consult or find the best options around our E-rate and savings, and so they are actually going to look out and even put out the bid any kind of internet access and use for us. And we have looked at breaking the contract. If we can find something that can give us a more competitive rate and make up for any issues we have with breaking the contract, we are going to take it.
And that's a different company that got us this current deal.
Right. Well, we haven't used this company before.
Okay.
This is a company that specifically works with schools and municipalities for their to acquire the most amount of money for their E-rate.
Great, thank you.
All right, moving on from technology. School board services total proposed for 2021-22, $30,892.30, a decrease of $8,440, or 21.5% over down 21.5% over last year. District Secretary Clerk Services total.
So just as an example of the school board secretary here, it was adopted for $148.49, but the actual was $574.21, which is why there's such a big increase there. For the proposed, it's somewhere in between.
Which line are you at, John?
261.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just an example going back to Jean's comment earlier, about transfers and stuff. It was, basically this was overspent, but it stayed where it was spent. So it makes a lot of sense.
So for district secretaries clerk services total for 2021-22, $4,790.43, an increase of $191.94, an increase of 4.2% over last year. Office of the Superintendent, our SAU. This is another piece in the budget. There was a large increase over last year due to Stratford dropping out of the school district, Nottingham, and or the SAU, I'm sorry, not the school district. Nottingham and Northwood are now responsible for all SAU costs, splitting them. And correct me if I'm wrong, Carol, but Nottingham is, accounts for 55% of those expenses.
That's about right, 55 or 56, I think.
Okay. So
which is
for
based on enrollment and apportionment. And so because of the new assessments, Northwood also got reassessed. And so the apportionment will change.
Yeah.
The only thing I could ask here is, is there any way that the joint board could go back and make further cuts here? I know the joint board is the one that controls this and it's doled back out to us, but if the joint board could take that action somehow, but obviously it's a negotiation with Northwood.
Yeah, this line is one of the highest out of the I guess the non 11 or 1200 line items here. It's at about 4.5% of the total budget.
And then
we did meet with Northwood and go through the budget. And we made some cuts where people felt comfortable. We didn't cut as deeply as Stratford had recommended in their plan, their departure plan, if you will. So this is an area where we're going to incur costs because we are larger, we have a higher population, we have a higher student enrollment. And even though they've come closer to us recently with the 5-year reval in their town valuation, we're still higher. So those are the metrics, town value and enrollment. So we're always going to be paying more.
And then this, if that warrant article passes for us to pull out of the SAU, this would be the last year for this, correct?
Next year, we would have to be in for a transition year, and then we would be out. For instance, Stratford is still in the SAU this year, paying roughly 32%, 33%. But next year, they're out. So we're doing all of our budgets. We'll have to follow through with those. We'll be in the SAU next year. And then after that, starting the following July 1st, we would be independent.
Right, but this budgeted amount is that transition year, assuming it passes.
Right.
So 2000, yeah, I guess my point was the 2022-23 budget. This would not be, I mean, there would be some of our SAU, we'd have a new SAU, which is school district with those positions, but this is the piece that's going to be reduced. To Tom's point, that warrant article is mentioning some of that cost savings piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And we would have just one budget. It would all be blended in, we could break it out by lines, but we wouldn't have to have all these different meetings and, negotiations around a budget. Everything would be in one budget for the Nottingham School District.
Can I ask a question? The 674,519, that represents 56% roughly.
Yes.
So the total budget for the SAU is around 1.2 million.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Tom, those details, Tom, in the binder, all that information we got 2 weeks ago, the SAU breakdown is in there for the budget for next year. Any other questions on the SAU? Principal's Office and Administration total? For 2000.
All right, so I'm not going to be popular with at least one person on this call. I just have to ask because, so that the principal, assistant principal, and secretary salary increases are set at 3%. Last year, they were 3%, 5%, and 2.99%. Just throwing it out there that, that's higher than the CPI. The CPI is running at less than 1.2%. So, nothing personal, Chris.
No, nothing taken.
Yeah, I don't know what how the school board came up with these numbers or not.
Sue, I don't know the details of the contracts, but I think it's an up to 3%, right?
Yeah, the language is up to 3%, and new contracts will be in place as of April 15th. So it's an up to number.
I would just add this is a year of extraordinary work and effort on the part of all the administration under the current conditions.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Mr. Sousa had an actual vacation this entire year.
No, thank you, Carol.
Yeah,
I would second that, the amount of work and emails that I received throughout the weekend from the administration and during holiday break.
And John, just so you know, that in the past, I've been here 7 years, the 3% was not always awarded at 3%. It has fluctuated. I myself has even given up some of my raise to go to others. It is something that the board looks at, and the superintendent or the SAU looks at pretty carefully.
Is that 3% a merit pool?
No, there is no merit.
Okay.
That's a town, Tom.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I basically would assume that the town would do the merit that they think is appropriate. And it just caught me a little odd because they were all at 3%. And last year, I kind of was looking at last year's numbers. I had been off the budget committee for several years, so I didn't have the previous ones, Chris. I mean, not like I said, it was nothing personal. I'm just trying to ask the questions, because it's 3% last couple of years. That's going pretty good. I wish I was getting 3% the last couple of years.
Yeah. And John, I don't take it personal at all. I'm a public servant. My salary's been in the newspapers, and it should be discussed. It's part of the budget. It's more than appropriate to bring it up. Thank you.
So the total proposed for 2021-22 for principal's office administration, $433,051.69, an increase of $5,118.39, 1.2% increase over last year. Dave Dearborn, it looks like you might have a question. You could just, I can unmute you. You just need to announce your name and address, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is Dave Dearborn, 94 Bidary Lane. Respectfully, and thank you guys for letting me just make a quick comment. As I look at the history of this budget, back about 5 years ago, it was about 7.7 million. And it's increasing steadily, significantly every year over the last 5 years. If it continues at this rate over the next 3 to 4 years, can you imagine the taxpayers being able to just work to keep the schools open?
I think that's a really good point. I don't know if people can see the graph behind me. So this is a graph. I pulled the numbers out of this budget for the school budget for the last 4 years, and you can see that to financial year 19 to 20, it increased hold on a second. It's hard for me to read that on my screen here. It
6.2.
increased 6.2%, while the inflation rate was 1.9%. And then to the current year, it increased 6.5%. Inflation rate was 2.3. And then we see that now we're being proposed an 8.7% budget increase. Well, inflation's around 1.2%, probably going to grow up to another 2% to this next year. So in just 3 years, the school budget has ballooned 23% in just 3 years is what's being proposed here, whereas the inflation during that time was 5%. As Dave said, I mean, this is unsustainable. If you continue to increase the school budget at 6 to 8 to 10%, what's being proposed here, you're going to take a very much increasing portion of people's income towards this school. And this is growth that will continue, and this is spending that will continue, and this is a problem that will bite taxpayers in this town for years to come. So that's something that the budget committee needs to keep in mind, is that this is an unsustainable growth rate as far as tax rates go.
If I might make a comment on that, the past 3 years are years that we have had some pretty significant increases to high school enrollment, which is a very significant increase in our budget. That is not representative of a longer term trend.
This is absolutely a longer term trend. Here's the tax rate from back to 2007 to 2020. You can see that the school tax rate was $8. It is now over $16. Now you'll see how the town and the county spending, which is the blue and the green on this graph, those are pretty flat over that time, which means even though that the town's budget increased over time, it was in line with the inflation rate. So people's property values went up around the same rate during that time. So the town spending and the town tax rates remained pretty flat. They've done a very good job controlling costs. Whereas you can see the school spending continues to increase year after year after year after year. This is not a new trend. This is not related to one small little change in enrollment or state offsetting costs. This is a long-term trend in this town, and taxpayers are frankly very, very upset about this.
Well, I think that a significant portion of that increase is an increase in the population going into high school that we have to tuition out at high school rates. That's something that we really don't have a lot of say on. We don't have our own high school.
One thing I'd like to add to that, Michael, is that it's actually cheaper for us to tuition the kids to high school than it is to school our kids in the Nottingham school.
I understand that and I agree, but that has a lot to do with the scale. You know, we just don't have enough population to support our own high school. And so we are stuck with that, but that is a significant portion of our budget. And that's why you'll see that going ahead of the CPI.
Yeah, and you know, every time they talk about building the addition on the school, the number one reason that's cited is the increase in enrollment. But behind me here, you'll see the figures, the enrollment figures for Nottingham. And these are straight from the Department of Education's website, and you can see it's pretty much flat over the last 14 years or so. And I think it's actually down now, according to the newest stats that I saw. There was 40 less students, probably due to the pandemic. A lot of people are choosing to homeschool their kids, and that's great. So I really don't think that you can blame enrollment for this. I think this is just really just poor administration. There's really not been any pushback from the budget committee over the last 10 years to keep school spending under control. And it's just been allowed to inflate, you know, at triple, quadruple the inflation rate. And frankly, a lot of taxpayers are very upset about that. I mean, here, if you want it in numerical values, here's the data straight from the SAU. I mean, you can see, you know, school enrollment was 506, 511 back in 2007. Now we're at, I don't know, high 490 or something this year.
Look at
around
the
500.
Number of kids enrolled in high school from Nottingham and how that compares year over year.
Yeah, they're only in there for 5 years, so, or 4 years. I mean, it's a rotating thing.
Dave Dearborn, you had your hand raised for a bit. Did you want to say something else?
Only that I have done some of the same analysis that Thomas has done, and I totally agree with him. And I don't think the sustainability issue will just go away because we think that the high school kids are increasing when the statistics clearly show that they can't be if they're coming from a static population. The average number of new households in Nottingham is 20 something plus or minus over the last couple of years. So I think it's just, and again, respectfully, it's the responsibility of this group to bring that number back down, not to just let it keep going up, but to bring it back down to where it was 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Well, I can tell you, Dave, in my experience, my first year here on this budget committee, virtually almost no one on this budget committee supports actually lowering the taxes. The best we could do is maybe control growth at 1 or 2 multiples of the inflation rate. There is no appetite with most of this budget committee for cutting taxes or cutting spending.
Just one last point, and Thomas, you mentioned the average increase in taxes around 700. Well, there's many people that are going to be paying much more than that average increase, up to double or even more than that.
That's
and
correct.
I understand it's a function of assessment, but you're still going to be forcing people to decide whether they stay or whether they go. And in the long run, that's going to mean people who are paying less taxes are going to be paying more.
That's absolutely correct. And the thing about people moving out of town because it becomes unaffordable, that's kind of the unseen cost of having property taxes rise. I've said many times on this committee that we need to control spending and we need to prevent these large tax increases because it will put people out of their homes. And we have people from the select board and the chair of this committee repeatedly tell me that no, the town has said that the town's never kicked anyone out of their homes. And just because, the town hasn't sent the sheriff to drag someone kicking and screaming out of their home and tax deed it, I mean, people lose their homes every year. Most people have mortgages. So when your taxes go up, your monthly payment for your escrow goes up. If you can't make your monthly payment, the bank takes your house. Is that losing your house because of property taxes? I would say it is. Or if you just see coming down the road that you can't continue to afford paying this, you put your house on the market and you sell and you move into an apartment or you move to a cheaper town. That is losing your house because of high property taxes. It's a very real cost. And when you start talking about a school budget increase of 9%, when the school taxes is 78% of our property tax bill, that is a significant expense that you are offloading onto people on top of what is already a significant expense thanks to years of unchecked growth in the school budget. So you're right, it's absolutely a very serious problem. And I wish more people on this budget committee would take their role as a fiscal watchdog seriously and vote to rein in school spending, which the budget committee absolutely has the power to do. I don't know what to say beyond that.
Mr. Reed has something in the chat as well. Do we read that out or?
Yeah, I can read that out. All right. So he said plus the new addition. I think that was actually, Gene, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was covered basically. And then
I think what Gene means is we're talking about a potentially a 9% tax increase due to this budget. And then if this new addition is approved, that's going to also be a very significant tax increase. So taxpayers could be looking at, I don't know, an 11% higher tax bill, thanks to what's being approved here with the school.
The other comment in the chat is the selectmen assessors are now processing many abatement requests from taxpayers who are proving poverty or inability to pay.
Yep, and maybe it's about time to ask for a new update on how many people haven't paid their property tax bill. I know I had mentioned in the summer that there was over 100 unpaid bills, and the chair of this committee said, no, we've checked. That's not any more than normal. People aren't having a problem paying their bills.
Tom,
Yeah.
referring to the select board had told us that information. I wasn't going off my own information. I was going off what we were told by the select board.
Right. Well, you tried to shut me down when I mentioned that there was a bunch of unpaid tax bills.
Yeah,
So
because
that's
they
what
had
I was
said they
referring
weren't.
to.
Yeah.
I would call over 100 unpaid tax bills a lot of unpaid tax bills, but what do I know? Gene?
Gene.
Well, thank you. The last time I checked, I'm also the former tax collector, now deputy tax collector. But the last time I checked was at the end of the year and got a report. There's over $800,000 of unpaid taxes, fees, and interest from all years. So, and also, I think John Moran's on, but they are processing many abatement requests from, I think, mostly elderly that are unable to pay their new tax bills. The second tax bill of the year, which of course was a catch-up tax bill and incorporated last year's budget. Now, if they can't pay this year, what is going to happen next year in the December payment when this goes through? Because this doesn't hit the fan until the second billing of the year. So as far as how many bills, I don't know how many were not paid for the current year, but I do know that there's 850 plus or minus dollars due to the town for unpaid property taxes.
G, point of order, what you're mentioning is there's a lot of that 800,000 is not people just this year at this particular time. Those are people that haven't paid in 5 years and have maybe been accrued the amount of 25, 30,000 that they owe the town. It's not something that's just like, oh, this one, we have $800,000 people that today just didn't pay.
You're absolutely right, and that's what I said.
I just want to be clear about that. So we're not.
Let me don't pull it.
I can give you. I know particularly of probably 150 to 200,000 that's in there about people that are delinquent that just haven't paid over the years, and we're talking years. We're not talking about just today or just because of this last tax bill.
I agree, and that's what I said. It's cumulative. That's what's owed the town. That's what I said. Tell me how many abatement forms you've had from people that are unable to pay.
You know what? That's why we have the form for people to fill out. But we're here talking about the budget, not people's abatements and stuff like this.
Well, we're talking about people's inability to pay. That's what Mr. Berkowitz brought up. Would you, please, as a selectman and a representative to the budget committee, give me a round number of the people that are not able to pay according to their abatement applications for this current tax bill?
I don't have that information in front of me.
You had a meeting last night and you still don't know?
Well, we only talked about 2 individual cases last night.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Yep.
Dave Dearborn, did you have another question?
Oh, shoot, I was on mute while I said that.
Thank you. And I just, again, respectfully, I just wanted to make the point which John picked up on earlier, was my first comment, was in the helping to educate, because I mean, look at the number of people that are on this call, but to helping to educate the taxpayers, particularly when they go in to vote on these things. I agree with Thomas as relates to that first item, is to perhaps include more detail with a preamble. So, and perhaps even an amortization table that shows if it's a 20-year obligation, what our year-over-year expenses are going to be for the next 20 years, both from a fixed interest, fixed expense, interest expense, as well as any associated variable costs, which might be increased by that. But I think that gives the taxpayer a better look at what they might be saying yes or no to. It's when we limit the information that we kind of put all this through under the cover of ignorance. And I have to admit, I'm ignorant until I've started paying attention. And I think that many of the people in town trust too much. So the more information you can give, I just think it's a better, more respectful thing for the taxpayers. And That's all I'll say tonight. Thank you. Thank you again
Dave.
for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dave.
Michael.
Can I make a quick comment on that? The bond hearing is tomorrow night, and that would be a really good place to encourage people to get into what the amortization schedules look like for the various options being discussed. I know it's not easy for everybody to spend every weeknight going to all the board meetings and whatnot, but the bond hearing is particularly useful, I think, and would be very, very helpful.
I think the comment is less about what's going to be presented at a bond hearing or in a meeting, and more so what is going to be written on the warrant article, on the ballot. That is what most voters are going to make their decision off of.
Agreed.
Correct. That's exactly what I meant. Exactly. Thank you.
All right, so moving on. Operation and maintenance of plant total proposed for 2021-22, $560,533.58, an increase of $34,800.49, an increase of 6.6% over last year.
So it looks like it's roughly 50-50 cost between electricity and propane utility wise for the school. So I know we had asked about the additional cost for the addition in terms of utilities, and we were told that it was going to be a net zero because there was solar panels. And it's my understanding that now the cost of the solar panels will be added into the cost of the addition. So that's good. Actually, it fairly reflects that, but I would imagine there's going to be a substantial increase in the amount of propane that's going to be necessary to heat all that extra space, especially with that exterior courtyard increasing the amount of exterior walls by 50%.
So in that proposal, Tom, they were talking about using all heat pumps for both heating and cooling.
Okay.
They hadn't shared the full mechanical plans yet, as had been requested, but just to clarify that it was all going to be heat pump based, but still concerning.
All right, and I just wanted to make a comment about the salaries again. Basically, the facility director, that's a 6% increase. They got a 3% last year. And the custodians in general, that is another 6.3% increase. And last year they only had a 1.55.
I think Mr. Sousa could speak to those. For the director, there was a 3% increase this year after the budget was adopted. So some of that increase has already been implemented.
Correct. We had a 3% increase this year to bring him in line with other facilities directors in the area. And frankly, the amount of work he's putting in, he comes in on the weekends, to do extra work on the building, particularly in the wintertime. And so in my mind, it's incredibly well earned.
That brings us to regular education, transportation. Total there is for 2021-22, $662,617.96, a decrease of $41,171.24, a decrease of 5.8% over last year, which again, we covered at the top of the meeting with the reduction in buses. Next, we have special education, transportation. 2021-22 proposed budget, $247,780.53, an increase of $87,688.83, which is an increase of 54.8% over last year, which has been discussed in prior meetings. This was an increase due to the loss of the ride share. So the district is responsible for 100% of the cost of the student being transported.
Yeah, so we have discussed this in the past in our meetings. This is a massive increase, 55% for, I want to say it was 60 students or something like that. So it's a huge expense. And we identified in previous meetings that one way that this expense can be mitigated for the taxpayers is that it is possible for the school to give a mileage reimbursement to parents if they choose to drop their own children off at school and pick them up and take them home. That is significantly cheaper for the taxpayers in the school to give those mileage reimbursements than it is to contract for buses or vans or whatever they do. And we had a large amount of pushback from people at the school, Nate Burr and others, and Monica Henson, about even being reluctant to even let parents know that these mileage reimbursements were an option. They seem to feel that telling parents that there is this option available, it'll open the school up to a bunch of liability, or that it could be seen as making parents feel like they have an obligation to do it. I've suggested that simply there's nothing wrong with simply informing all parents at the school that these mileage reimbursements are an option that is available. If that does not mean you're pressuring them to do it or to accept it, I think that it makes economic and fiscal sense to let all parents be aware that this is an option. Potentially, this means that parents could spend more quality time with their children, driving them to and from school instead of throwing them in a bus with strangers. And it could save the taxpayers a lot of money for this expense that clearly is growing out of control. I mean, this is $250,000 for, I believe, 60 students or something like that. So I really hope that the school administration has taken the comments to heart and have begun informing parents that these mileage reimbursements are an option.
The problem with that, wasn't it, and help me out here, was that only works if 100% of the parents take them up on that, because these costs are due to vans and buses and drivers, and those expenses would still exist unless all the students were transported
No,
by their
I don't
parents.
remember anything about any concern about everybody would have to do it. It sounds to
But
me, in
where's the
fact,
savings if you I remember that they could pay a stipend to the family at, like 50% of what we're paying. But if there's 10 kids on a bus and 5 of them, their parents choose to start driving them, we still have the cost of the van and the driver for the other 5. Isn't that the way that it worked?
that
Yeah,
may be the case for some buses and vans, but it's also my understanding that some of these are single students being taken to places that may not actually be Nottingham Elementary. It may be some other specialized school somewhere. And my understanding is also
Yeah, I
is
think the
that's
majority of
where,
it is that they're getting moved out of, that they're getting bused, right? Isn't the
well,
majority, aren't the
I think
majority of them being bused out to Northwood?
my understanding is the majority of this large increase is the loss of rideshare programs where we used to share a van or something with another student from another town or something like that. So that to me sounds like it's probably, one student for a lot of those things. Either way, I mean, they did confirm that these mileage reimbursements would save us a lot of money. And I don't remember them saying that the caveat was that everybody would have to do it.
So
It
can
sounded to
somebody from
me.
the school board speak to that? Like, what is the majority? Where are the majority of those expenses of the $247,000 coming from? Is that buses? Is that vans? Is that paying drivers? And how would it look if financially, if only a portion of the families started driving them themselves?
Are you looking at the subtotal on 358? You're looking at the 87, 688, 83?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't at the budget committee meeting when this was taken up. I think that we should go back and talk to the school board about it and see what their thoughts are. The concern that I have is that these are special education transportation costs, and the school board, we're not provided any detailed information about those. They're driven by the individual education programs for each student. And we have no authority to change any of that. But I think we could go back and ask council about that and about the suggestion that was made. Because honestly, I'm not sure how much latitude we have there. My sense is that we don't have much.
Yeah,
I just want to add, I think Dr. Henson and Mr. Burns' responses to that have been misrepresented. They did not say that we couldn't make the information available, but even if you give the option to parents, we have to budget for the expense because we're obligated to provide it. And so if they chose to not continue to transport their children, we would have to pay for it. So we do have to budget that cost.
That would not
have to
affect the budget, but it would affect actual spending, which means there'd be more money left over at the end of the year to be returned to the taxpayer. And I don't believe that it was that they said that they couldn't do it. Nate Bird literally, I believe, said that he would not do it.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. They were adamant that they would not do it from a concern over a lawsuit. But
they can't
would
ask the parents to do it. They can provide the information. Asking them to do it is putting an obligation on the parents that they can't legally do.
Yeah, that was my
But I
understanding.
think you're misrepresenting what they said.
No, I'm not. I'm not telling them to ask parents. I'm saying that it would be wise to provide every parent with this information. It's a very important stipulation. We hashed that out before because Nate brought in the federal law about things, and I said this is merely giving them information, telling them that it's an option, not asking them to do it.
Dave Dearborn was just curious how many students are involved with this.
I think at our and I'd have to look at the meeting notes, but I think for this particular increase, the $77,000 increase, I think that was 2 students.
2 students.
Again, I might be off there, but I don't remember the exact numbers, but
it might be true. I mean, that might be the only, if those 2 students, if their parents were willing to drive them, that could potentially save the school $40,000 or something.
I don't want to be quoted on that number though.
I'm not quoting you on it. I do also remember it being a fairly low number. It was a fairly small amount of
people. I can only do it 2 days a week. Then it doesn't save you shit because you're still spending the same amount for the bus to drive them 3 other days.
And honestly, if there's 2 students and one chooses for the parent to drive them and the other doesn't, we're going to spend the 77 plus the stipend for the other one to be driven.
Well, there's a lot of what ifs, but
yeah, that's what
you never know until you provide information. I think we're really getting in the weeds. I think we can move on from this. I just wanted to make sure that was said at the public hearing.
So for the school operations total for 2021-22, proposed budget $14,791,920.91, an increase of $1,379,115.85, an 8.8% increase. And then if you move through and include food services, total school and food service operations budget 2021-22 proposed $14,974,841.41, an increase of $1,380,275.28, an 8.7% increase over last year.
8.7%. When we saw a presentation from Monica about a month or 2 ago, and they were going over the tuition increases from Dover and Northwood, and I believe those tuition increases were around 4 or 5%. My guess is that a lot of these changes with retirement and everything and teachers unions, these are statewide problems. So my guess is that Northwood and Dover are both facing the same retirement issues from the state, and their teachers operate under the same teachers union contracts. Likewise, the same for all the other paraprofessional special ed students. All of these unions where cost increases are mandated. So, I'm kind of curious why other schools manage to keep their budget increases and their tuition increases, down to 4 or 5%, and Nottingham almost 9%.
I know Co-Brown gave us a 3.99% increase. Dover is on a different schedule, so we don't have a number from them yet. So we are, we're estimating the 5%. And I think a lot of it, most of it is these increased enrollment per student. That cost is just rolling out. I think, what do we have? 500,000 in tuition that we're up. We've got about 100 grand in the New Hampshire retirement, got the 85, for the paraprofessionals in that special education area, and then the 25. So that's what's really chewing it up on us.
Yeah, so that accounts for about 75% of the budget, the 1100 and the 1200 lines. And we've had a lot of discussion that those are really untouchable. And I think I'd like to circle the discussion back to on these other items, 1299 through say 2630. Is there any opportunity to reduce that at all, and where might that be? We brought it up in various ways throughout our different meetings, and the answer to date has been that there is no room to take anything out.
Just to fill the awkward silence, one other thing that we kind of came up in our discussions when talking about how it does appear that the vast majority of the spending in this budget, the vast majority of these increases, they're not touchable. We can't do anything about them because they're mandated by union contracts. So the school administration says they can't really do anything about those increases to salaries and benefits and things. They kind of just push the responsibility off onto the voters, saying that they approved the union contracts when, no voter is really reading a 20-page union contract. And if you look at the warrant article 3 from the other previous year, it showed a $95,000 estimated increase, and we're seeing at least double that. So they didn't really act on good information. And it was the school board that negotiated these contracts with the different unions. And it is the school board that voted and issued unanimous recommendations for these contracts to the voters. So I feel like they are the ones that bear the responsibility, not the voters. And we've also discussed, is there really nothing that we can do about these items? And I believe that, what we found out was there are actually things we can do. There can be staffing changes. Staff can be shuffled around. People can be fired and rehired at different steps. You can change staffing levels around. There are things that can be done if need be, if the desire to save money and protect the taxpayer is enough. Things actually can be done. But it's really a question of if this budget committee fulfills its role as a fiscal watchdog and kind of gives the school the mandate to make the tough decisions and really figure out creative solutions to keeping the budget from growing at what is now almost 5 times the inflation rate this next upcoming year.
Is there any more public comment on the budget?
There's another comment from Dave Dearborn. He said, how much of the $15 million budget will fall on the shoulders of the taxpayer? And I would just easily say the majority of it. Some of it comes back from the state and their funding, but it doesn't, most of it's through taxes. Do we have that?
Total revenue for all sources in the document we got was 2021 to 22. I'm seeing 169,000, rounded up to 170,000. And Oh, there's adequacy grants and state education tax, but as we covered in the last meeting, that is just the other part of your property tax bill that says state education. So really the taxpayer is paying that too. So the answer to your question, you know, how much of this $15 million budget the taxpayers in town are going to be paying is everything except for 170,000. So 99%, let's call it.
Okay, thank you all. I appreciate all that information. And as I look at the history, it looks like in 2015-ish, the budget was about 7.7 million. So in 5 years, we've managed to double it. And it's pretty sad. And I gotta go before I start to cry in public.
Thank you for your comments, Dave.
I have one go back to line 50. Sorry, I missed it earlier. That is the software high school alt ed. And the comment there is that it's an increase based on the SAU separation. And I'm just curious why that's actually in our function 1100 when it should have been, I mean, shouldn't that be under the SAU portion?
I would say yes.
Sorry, what line are you talking about?
Line 50.
Line 50, yeah. Line
Here.
spreadsheet line 50. So it's function one, fund one, function 1100, object 5650, subcategory 0.
I don't know if Mr. Waring knows what that, I'm not sure what that's for.
I remember asking about that at a meeting. And I think the answer that I had received was that that was a cost that was at the local level, and it was software and it was being shared. So I don't know why it wasn't at the level of the SAU. But it did come up, and it turned out that we were paying for that locally. And I don't know if Mr. Waring is here, it still has anything on that, or if maybe Chris knows which piece of software that is.
I'm not familiar with what the piece of software is specifically, but that we do have students who participate in the alt ed program that's run out of the SAU. And so it's a function of that because a lot of their work is done digitally. Now it's going to just be shared by the two towns. I'm not sure why it wouldn't be in the SAU line, but
Yeah, I guess that's really my point is that seems like it should be in the SAU line, especially if it's being separated by that ratio.
I can ask again, but I do recall that it was confirmed that it was coming out of the local budget. And there are items that do come out of the local budget that we budget for, and the SAU will bill us back that are outside of the SAU budget. Like sometimes there are employee costs and so forth that are billed back to us. And this might be one of those cases where it's budgeted here and then billed back, paid out of the SAU and billed back here, so we have the ultimate responsibility for it.
All right. Yeah, it just seems weird. I mean, I can understand certain things doing that, but there's a piece of software that you would think that the SAU would own it.
Yeah.
It may be a subscription that they're paying for a certain number of licenses.
Any other public comment? So at this point, we can close the public hearing session.
Hang on, Tim.
Yeah.
We should just quickly go through the warrant articles as part of the public hearing piece, because that was, we talked about them earlier, but that was not part of the hearing.
Okay. Yep. You're right. All right, so. So I'm assuming you can all see my screen with warrant articles.
I still see the budget.
Okay. Can you see me now?
There you go. Yeah, it's up now.
So Article 1, shall the school district vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $6,165,490 gross budget for the final design, construction, and original equipping of additions and renovations to the Nottingham School, and authorize the issuance of not more than $6,165,490 of bonds and notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further authorize the school board to issue and negotiate such bonds and notes and determine the rate of interest thereon, and further raise and appropriate the additional sum of $154,149 for the first year payment on the bond, and authorize the school board to accept on behalf of the district any federal, state, or private funds that may become available to fund the project, and use such funds to reduce the amount of bonds or notes issued for the project, and authorize the school board to take any other action necessary to carry out this vote. 3/5 majority vote will be required. The school board recommends 5-0. And as we've discussed, the estimated tax impact listed on this for the first year in this article passes is 19 cents per thousand, which is interest only. And the estimated tax impact for subsequent years if this article passes will include principal and interest.
So Susan, is that second or last line there about the subsequent year stuff, is that going to get changed?
I think we need to go back to our board and tell them of the thoughts that we heard here and look at some language for that.
Okay, great.
I can't speak for that whole board, but we definitely will carry that message back. And it was a point of conversation, and Carol had even mentioned maybe we need to be more specific with numbers. So I think that we can definitely have that conversation.
Yeah, one other conversation we can have it later this meeting or potentially another time, is something we discussed with the town for their warrant articles is the way the tax impact is written with the dollars and cents per thousand. We had talked about supplementing that with some more easy to interpret and weigh out language, such as, the tax impact would be $750 for the average house valued at $350,000. So Tim managed to get some nice documents from Avatar today to us, and it's really difficult to nail down what an average or a median house value would be in Nottingham. But if you pick through the documents we sent, each of them kind of lists properties in a little bit different way. I think the two best ones in there are, it lists residential land with a building and having the land not be in current use. And for that, the median value was $346,000. The mean value is $357,000. And properties that did have a current use discount, those were a mean value of $361,000. And then in the other document, there was a value summary document with about 2,000 residential properties. And the total on there was 730 million or so. And the mean value there was 359, almost 360,000. So I feel like just kind of synthesizing all of these different tables and statistics from Avatar, I think it's fair to say that the average house in Nottingham would be around 350. It's a fairly even number there to use. So I would encourage you, I don't know if we've really hashed it all out yet, but to add in addition to the existing language. So it says if it passes, it would be 19 cents per $1,000. And then in parentheses, it could say, or $750 for the average house of a $350,000 home, or for the average $350,000 home, something like that. I think that makes it easier for people to kind of weigh what the actual tax impact will be on their bill. The dollars per cents thing, well, it's nice that, you know, if you do know your house value, you can get a calculator out and you can figure out the exact amount it's going to cost you. But I don't think most people know their current valuation because it changes every 3 years. And, you know, you would still have to multiply, you know, a random odd number here times another 3-digit number and do that in your head for multiple warrant articles. So it's a lot simpler. So I think it's not really that much extra text to add, and I think it would really help out the voters kind of get a real world number for what the tax impact would be.
I think it would be totally confusing. Your tax value, your tax valuation is on your tax bill.
Do you bring your tax bill with you when you go to vote?
I look at it when I pay my taxes, and if I care about what I'm voting on, I know what that is.
Okay, well, I don't think most people are as informed and involved as you, unfortunately. I think maybe people have a rough idea of what their tax valuation is, but even if you know your valuation still for each one of these warrant articles, you're going to have to multiply, you know, a 3-digit number with 2 decimal places times your, you know, odd 3-digit house value, and you're gonna have to do that in your head unless you bring a calculator. I don't know about you, I don't bring a calculator with me when I go vote, but maybe if everybody did, our budgets wouldn't grow so high.
I believe our phones have a calculator on them. Do they not?
It's true.
Yeah, that's why I bring calculator with me everywhere pretty much. There is a comment from Bonnie. Of the following towns, which I think abut us, Nottingham has the lowest tax rate. Northwood, Barrington, Lee, Epping, Deerfield, Raymond. We beat Northwood only by 2 cents and Lee by about $9. If we are unsustainable, so is everyone else to a larger degree.
Bonnie has a good point. I mean, that's why I moved to Nottingham. I got a job and I looked at pretty much every town within reasonable driving distance, and Nottingham had the lowest tax rate, which implied to me that the town was well run and that there was fiscal conservatism and responsible spending. And, you know, I moved here. It was great. Taxes were low, but as you can see on the graph behind me, you know, the school tax rate has doubled in that amount of time. So yeah, taxes have gone up a lot elsewhere too, but you know, just because everybody else jumps off a fiscal cliff doesn't mean we have to jump off the fiscal cliff.
Every time our tax rate goes lower and we keep it down, the median house price goes up.
Yep.
If you look at all the new sales, they're going up. When those houses sell for those higher prices, I mean, that means your value of your house keeps going up. It means your taxes keep going up. It's a vicious cycle.
And
I do actually have, if it's okay, Tim, to give a little info, is it all right?
Yeah.
I have a spreadsheet which I'm willing to share, and I think it's similar to what Tom has, but I was studying it and I was trying to understand a few things. It looks like I went back to 1990, actually 1988, and our valuation was super low until 2005. It went from 262 up to 582 roughly. And so then our tax rate went, our school tax rate in 04 was 1778. And the town was at 458, and the state was at 480 or 479. So when our valuation went up, obviously that brought us down. And then for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we were pretty good. And then in 09, because of everything I think that happened with the house values, our value went down again. It went from 639 to 527. So then that had the opposite effect on our rates. So it's just a little information. I'm not trying to support, you know, crazy tax rates at all, but just I see a little bit of data around how the valuation changing and markedly increasing had a tax benefit, and then we lost value again. So, and we've only obviously recently recovered it and then some with this new valuation.
It's true. There is some kind of weirdness with tax rates when you have to work in how house valuations and things change. I think the real takeaway when you look at a chart of tax graphs or tax rates, sorry, is that you tend to see when you look at a long enough time period. For example, the town and the county spending. The county spending is pretty much completely flat. That just really doesn't change, and the town spending is pretty much flat as well. And that just kind of indicates a long-term trend of town spending increasing at the inflation rate. It's kind of the same rate that people's property values and their wages and incomes increase. So you kind of get a kind of a flat number there. Whereas when you see school tax rates go from, $8 to $16, $17, that's indicative of the school spending rising at a rate that far outpaces inflation of home values and consequently people's income values. So I think, it's good to look at both sources. I think, I don't have the numbers for that many years ago for the actual school budget, but I mean, if you look at the school budget, you can see that it really increases just phenomenally higher and faster than the inflation rate. I mean, 23% in 3 years, that's that's wild. That's unsustainable. I mean, you're talking a 9% increase every year. That's you're going to double in just a few years. Has a compounding effect on the amount of taxes that we have to pay and consequently the amount of our income that goes towards the school. I mean, the town has done an excellent job at keeping their budget growth in line with the inflation rate. I really got no problem with them. It's the school that's really just bleeding the taxpayers in this town dry. I mean, when you think about getting a $7,000 school tax bill and you think about what minimum wage is at like $7 something an hour, that's thousands of hours of labor that you're enslaved to pay for the school.
Okay.
So I
I'm
think
gonna
that
ask a-
kind of upsets people when they see that the budget's going up so much, but no one wants to cut spending anywhere, including superfluous things like Legos and video games. So I think that's kind of why you see the attitude from a lot of voters about this. They're upset. They're upset that no one's being fiscally responsible and controlling spending and budget growth.
I think we need to move on. It's 9:30. We're only in Article 1. Are there any
Michael had
comments?
his hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michael.
If I might, we talked earlier about the idea of putting a phrase not to exceed on the tax rates that we propose in future years. I think that would be folly to the degree that we don't know what the assessment's going to play on that, and it could exceed a projection just because the assessment's varied enough to cause that. So I think we would be incorrect in using a not to exceed language in that. It would bite us at some point in the future of the next 20 years.
Yeah, maybe estimated maximum would
Yeah.
be more appropriate.
Yeah. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Article 2. You guys are all over the place here. Shall the Nottingham School District raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles, and other appropriations voted separately? The amount set forth in the budget posted with a warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purpose set forth therein, totaling $14,974,841. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $15,111,035, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the Nottingham School Board or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of revised operating budget only. The operating budget warrant does not include appropriations contained in any other warrant articles. The school board recommends 5-0. The estimated tax impact if this article passes is $14.70 per 1,000. The tax impact if this article does not pass, $14.88 per $1,000.
And the whole budget was previously discussed.
Yeah.
So.
And then Article 3 you already discussed is not a financial concern, but shall the school district accept the provisions of RSA 194C, providing for the withdrawal from a school administrative unit involving the school districts of Nottingham and Northwood in accordance with the provisions of the proposed plan, and the school board recommends 5-0.
Right, and yeah, there's no dollars on this, so we shouldn't vote on it.
Correct. And then Article 4, shall the Nottingham School District vote to raise and appropriate the sum of up to $20,000 to be added to the textbook capital reserve fund established in 2016. This sum to come from June 30, 2021 unassigned fund balance available to transfer on July 1st, 2021. No additional amount to be raised from taxation. Current balance on 12/31/2020 is $20,742.58. The school board recommends 5-0. There is no additional tax impact.
Sorry, just to jump back a little bit, John just mentioned that because there wasn't a dollar amount on the last one that we wouldn't make a recommendation on it. Is that we generally don't make a recommendation on things without a dollar, or we're not allowed to? Because I think we should make a recommendation on that just to let voters know that this is a really good idea. Like, it will save us money, and as the budget committee, we understand that very well.
It's my understanding that we cannot make a recommendation on it.
Okay.
Where, Tom, to your point, in this article here, you can see, since it has a direct financial impact, we could vote on it. Or we would vote on it, rather. Article 5, shall the Nottingham School District vote to raise and appropriate up to the sum of $35,000 to be added to the Building Repair Capital Reserve Fund established in 2006. This sum to come from June 30th, 2021 unassigned fund balance available for transfer on July 1st, 2021. No additional amount to be raised from taxation. Current balance on 12/31/2020 is $172,148.85. The school board recommends 5-0. There is no additional tax impact.
So again, for these ones that come out of the unassigned fund balance, Susan, I think it would be very helpful for the voters if, where it says there's no additional tax impact, that it would say, or there or inside the language, I don't know if the language of the warrant article would change, but just a statement that says if this article does not pass, the $35,000 will be returned to the taxpayers. Because I don't think it's clear what the unassigned fund balance is. I mean, I know now that you explained it to me, but I didn't know necessarily before this meeting, and I doubt the average voter understands what that means. It's kind of confusing when it says, are we going to raise $35,000, but there's no amount to be raised from taxation and there's no tax impact. It's kind of a mystery. Where did this $35,000 come from?
And those are great points, Tom.
Article 6, shall the Nottingham School District vote to raise and appropriate the sum of up to $15,000 to be added to the Grounds Improvement Capital Reserve Fund established in 2015. This sum to come from June 30th, 2021 unassigned fund balance available for transfer on July 1st, 2021. No additional amount to be raised from taxation. Current balance on 12/31/2020 is $73,124.86. The school board recommends 5-0. There is no additional tax impact. And Article 7, shall the Nottingham School District vote to raise and appropriate up to the sum of $20,000 to be added to the Special Education Capital Reserve Fund established in 2006. This sum to come from June 30, 2021 unassigned fund balance available for transfer on July 1st, 2021. No additional amount to be raised from taxation. Current balance at 12/31/2020 is $136,962.55. The school board recommends 5-0. There is no additional tax impact.
All right, it looks like I don't see any hands up or anything in the chat. Is there anybody that's got any questions? That's the last article for the hearing. I think we can close the public hearing piece.
Okay. So now we'll move on to,
Could
Ask
could
one
I?
Tim,
Uh,
I thought you had to do revenue in the public hearing.
No.
we can sue. I know we hadn't in the past, but
All right, I just, I don't want to interfere then, that's fine.
Yeah, I believe that in the past we have given the revenue and approval to during the post public session. We do review that and say budget committee moves to accept this revenue page as is. That kind of thing happens in the non-public, or not non-public, but the after public hearing part.
All right, if once we close the public hearing, I would just ask that we take a 5-minute recess.
I would be good with that. So could we get a motion to close the public?
All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing of the school budget of proposed for 2021, 2022 school year.
I second it.
Any discussion? Okay. Tom Bukovitz,
Aye.
John Decker,
Aye.
I say aye. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
Aye.
Tom LeVay,
Aye.
Carol Martin,
Yes.
John Moran,
Yep.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
Well, thank you to the public that did attend and some good questions. We will take a 5-minute break and we will reconvene at 9:51. Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Susan, Carol?
Yeah, I just was asking Sue, I don't know if we need you guys to stay if you want to go. Chris.
Yeah. In the past, I don't think we've been too involved in the.
Okay. Sue, are you okay with that?
I think it's fine. Thank you for
And Glenn
coming.
too.
Great.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
It's been a
Thanks.
pleasure. Good night. Good night, Glenn. Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, you too.
Thank you.
Hi, John.
Hi, Tom.
Looks like it's just us, huh?
At the moment, it doesn't take me long to pee.
You know, I don't say much in the meetings, but I'm pretty frustrated with the bottom line as well. When I look at the budget, you know, it's salary and benefits, it's retirement costs from the state, it's transportation, it's tuition. Those are the main drivers right there. And if you were to remove those from the increase, you know, you're looking at a very marginal amount of an increase. So the only way you can cut salaries is if you start cutting teachers, and then you're going to change the class sizes, and you're going to change a lot of things, you know. And you know, I don't think it's our job to tell the school board that's what we should do. You know,
It's super difficult.
I wish I got those raises that these teachers are getting when I was teaching for 32 years. I never got numbers like that.
Well, I know. I keep thinking it's like, God, if I had become a teacher instead of doing what I do now, you know, well, I guess I would be at the max stuff, but you know, have summers off, and it's a good rate. If you put it to an hourly rate, it's phenomenal.
Well, I disagree with you there, because most of the public has no idea how much teachers work out of school and on weekends as well. So if you want to talk about an hourly rate, it's not that high.
Well,
and they also work summer jobs, a lot of them.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, and I'm not saying that they don't work hard and that they don't put time in after school, but you know, most salary positions, you're doing that anyway.
I have to say, Tom, the COVID and remote learning is giving us enormous insight into the extensive hours. I can't tell you how many times I see the teachers of my kids doing stuff at 10 o'clock at night and all weekends, because everything gets posted on a online format. So
I can only tell you from my experiences of teaching a long time. I left the high tech industry and became a teacher, and I cut my salary in half. And it was my choice, and I did it, but I have no regrets.
No, yeah, start back down at the lower scale.
17.5 I started at.
Wow, you should be a teacher in this town, man. These salaries are really high.
That was 32 years ago.
Yeah, that might make a difference.
All right, I think we're ready to resume the meeting. Michelle King, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. Sean Green, yep, there's Sean. And Jim Stevens?
I'm back.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Is Lorraine back?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, so next on the agenda is acceptance of the default budget. We don't vote on the default budget. It kind of is what it is, so there's no need to make a motion or approve and discuss. It's been presented to us, so it's just a matter of accepting the default budget for what it is. The revenue projections, which I had shared earlier too. So again, as Carol had presented earlier, the only change since the last time this was presented was the Medicaid reimbursement at $20,000, which hopefully is a very low ball number. But nothing else has changed since the last time this was presented to us.
okay, I'll just add that it's the actual revenues that affect the tax rate, not the anticipated. So we estimate conservatively because the actuals are what will drive the tax rate. Also, that you don't update the DRA estimated revenue, which is the middle column. We're not supposed to update that. We were told you use whatever their original estimate was.
Any questions on the revenues?
I move that the budget committee accept the revenue sheet as presented.
All right, I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor, Tom Bukovitz,
I'm gonna abstain from that one.
John Decker,
Aye.
I say aye. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
Yes.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
Yes.
John Moran,
Yes.
and Jim Stevens.
Yes.
And just to officially, for the record, I also move that we recommend the budget, the default budget as presented.
What does that mean? We recommend it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There's no point.
We accept is what I meant. Thank you. We accept the default budget as presented.
I don't see a point, but I
I'll
mean,
second.
do anything with it.
It's formality.
So the motion's been made. Michael made the motion. Does anybody want to second the motion? We can
I did,
discuss.
Sandra.
Sandra did.
So any discussion?
I don't understand what the difference is.
So my understanding was that the default budget, I mean, there's nothing for us to vote on to accept because it's been presented to us and it is the default budget. But if the budget committee would like to vote on accepting it, I don't see any harm or foul in doing that.
The difference is that the budget committee does have the prerogative to review it and suggest to the governing body, school board, that a change be made. And we had that opportunity and we decided no changes were necessary. And so we're accepting it.
Actually, we did suggest changes and they did make some.
Very good, sir. I might not have been here that meeting. Or I may have made the changes, I don't know.
Any other discussion? All right, so we'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bukovitz,
I'm gonna abstain.
John Decker,
Not that it matters, but sure.
I say sure, yes, aye. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes, sorry.
that's okay. Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
Yes.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
Yes.
John Moran,
Yes.
and Jim Stevens.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to make a recommendation that the Budget Committee does not approve Article 1 or warrant Article 1 because it's lacking basically enough information to make a educated decision on what the cost actually is.
I would second that.
Are we actually voting on whether or not our position as a member of the budget committee on each article right now? Is that what's happening?
Correct, Sean. Yeah, so we're going to go through each of these, and that's when, after we go through and the votes are recorded, this is what actually shows up at the deliberative session and also on the ballot.
Okay, but then just to be clear, what John just made a motion of, which now that there's a motion in a second, I know we have to vote on it, but that's not what he just motioned, is it, John? You just motioned that we don't.
I
So I
my
need to be clear on
motion
what I'm voting on.
my motion was that the budget committee does not recommend it because it doesn't lack enough information for the taxpayers to make an educated decision on how much this actually will cost them.
But that's very different than going through each one of us and saying whether or not we're in favor of the article as written.
Right.
Yeah, I guess, John, maybe to clarify is, I think make a recommendation to approve it, and then we can have discussion and then record the votes after that. And if people do not recommend it, they can say no.
Well, that's the idea. No, you do it this way because that's the way the motion was made.
Okay.
So then I think we would have to make a new motion to recommend it if the majority defeats his motion.
Right, correct.
So is there, could you clarify when changes would be made to this article as we discussed earlier with, I believe Susan was bringing that back to the school board?
Well, and that's the whole point, Jim, is that if they make changes afterwards, we would have to revote on it.
Oh, okay, good.
So, I mean, and we'd have to have a whole nother public hearing to have that vote.
Only if we do it before deliberative. We can make the changes at deliberative.
Right, you can make the changes at deliberative, but if this article goes to deliberative like this, I can't recommend it.
Yeah, I'm in the same position. So does that mean that deliberative changes would be made or are planned to be made, or would they not be if the board recommends it at this point?
I don't know that changes to the text of the article would necessarily be made. I don't think that the text below the article is something that you would have to revote on, but you'd have to ask a town attorney that question. And I can't speak for the board as far as what changes will be made, but I don't think the text below the article is actually part of the article.
So John, your premise is because the numbers may not be accurate that you cannot support this
Correct.
versus.
Well, may not be accurate. They're also not, all the costs aren't in there. The total cost, when you factor in all the interest over the years, that's not in there either.
The text is accurate as to what it says. I think what you're asking to add is projected interest that is an estimate that is not known yet. So I don't think it's inaccurate as to what the amount of the bond would be. You're asking to add projected interest.
Well, they did say it was going to change though, right? Didn't they say that it was going to change? It just wasn't.
Only if we
a lot.
delay. Only if we delay the deliberative.
Well, no, I think the 154,000 number, I think that changes a little bit too. She said that it was like a slight change. It was a little bit, yeah.
It's $10
off by
down.
$12.
Oh yeah.
That's not the
And
issue.
it's higher than the text is higher than what the actual number is.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that the estimated tax impact for subsequent years, there's
Right.
just isn't any description in that
It's
currently.
just way too vague.
And again, I don't think that you would have to revote based on the text below the article, but I don't know that for certain.
So John, I'm just trying to understand, as opposed to us just voting on it as is, this sounds sarcastic and I don't mean for it to, but what's the point of your motion as opposed to us just voting on it as written? Wouldn't you just vote against it as written?
There are slight differences, but basically, if you're in favor of it as is, you would vote no.
On your motion.
And voting to not recommend would mean so basically a vote of yes means that we don't recommend it. A vote of no means that we would have to go back and somebody would have to make a motion to recommend it.
But what the outcome of this vote, is that what's going to be down there at the bottom where it says budget committee recommends XX?
Right, that's where that addresses that.
I don't think it can because you've reworded it.
I didn't.
So not this vote, it would have to be a subsequent vote.
Well, no, because if it Well, if John's motion passes, then it would say the budget committee does not recommend this
Right.
by a vote of something, something.
Correct.
I understand how that could be confusing as well, but.
I guess,
Let me
I
give you a
guess
little backstory on this. So we've done this in the
That
past.
vote could be very confusing because people simply wouldn't see that it was. So it would come out in most people's minds the opposite of what the intention of whatever our vote is. If we don't do it by the standard up and down on the way it's written. I suggest that John withdraw his motion.
The reason that this was done this way, and we've done this in the past, I don't know that we've done this on actual tallies presented to the voters, but other motions that we've come across that somebody chooses to give themselves a slight advantage by not recommending, moving to not recommend. It means that if the people voting for recommending do not have one more vote than those against, those that are voting to not recommend win by having a unsurpassed tally.
Right.
I guess my confusion, I guess my comment would be is, I feel like a board, we should be voting on whether we support, this article period. Are you in favor of having, the project done? And if the numbers are off a little bit, that's a different issue to me. I thought that's what we.
That's no. You're not. We are a budget committee. We are supposed to represent that the stuff is clear to the taxpayers. That's part of it. Whether
wouldn't you just vote against this motion then?
Well, Tom would vote against it if he's just in favor of it. If he's in favor of it as written, he would vote against my motion. So the point is, the way this, in my opinion, the way this article is written, it does not contain enough information for the layperson to make an informed decision of how much this is going to cost them. And obviously, it seemed like the school board recognized that, indicating that they were going to have to go back and reword this. So.
And I just want to be clear, I'm not sure that we would reword the article. I think we would potentially add additional text at the bottom where it talks about estimated tax impacts, because the best we can do is estimate future interest. We do not have firm numbers for that.
But that
we only have the first year interest, and beyond that, all we can do is estimate. So I do not think we would be adding or changing the numbers in the text of the article.
But wouldn't that be a really important thing to have in the text of the article, the total cost of the bond to the taxpayer? Because there's going to be $1 million in interest payments.
The bond is only $6,165,490. It is not, you don't add the interest to the amount of the bond.
That's the principal, right?
That's how you represent the amount of the bond. It would be inaccurate to put the interest amount into the bond amount. That would be inaccurate.
But doesn't the total cost of the bond, isn't that highly relevant information? I mean, if interest rates were terrible and we were paying 90% interest, wouldn't you want to tell someone that it was a lot of interest payments? Consequently, if it's a great interest rate we're getting, wouldn't you wouldn't mind putting how much the total cost would be? I feel like it's really disingenuous.
If we knew the exact amount of the interest, we could put the exact amount of the interest. We won't know that until the bonds are purchased.
Okay, but I mean, you've received an estimate. You've received a conservative estimate of like what, 2.5% from the bond bank or the bond seller or whatever, and you know what different terms you're considering. I think that you threw around 10, 15, and 20-year terms. So I mean, right off the bat, you can do an estimate with a range from the 10-year to the 20-year. You don't have to do the 15. But to not provide any numbers is crazy.
Right. To John's point, I think we give up our, the ability. I thought that I understand it's going to go back and be discussed, but if we vote in favor of this currently as it sits, if it doesn't happen, there's really no recourse if that additional text underneath is added.
I would hate to be the person that says, yeah, I voted in favor of something that I have no idea how much it's actually going to cost.
I agree with John. I think if we approve John's motion, we say that we do not recommend this warrant article as it is currently written, then at the deliberative session, can't the school board amend? They can make a motion to amend this to different language, and then, you know, I don't know if we're allowed to change our recommendation at that point, but we could at least comment as private citizens that, you know, we voted against recommending this because it didn't include this information. And then if you do support this, you could say, well, now that they've, you know, included the information that we were looking for them to provide, now I can say that I do recommend it.
Yeah, I mean, I ultimately agree with you guys. I don't understand why we're voting on this now if we don't have all that information.
Well, because we got to do something.
point.
We're meeting on the agendas to go through the warrant articles and to
Right.
do our recommendations. So we have
But
to
if
come
we-
up with something, and this is the text we got.
Right.
if
And
we
that's
take
my
John's
point, Sean.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Yes. Sorry. That's my point. This article is not done. It's not fully baked. And basically like last year's warrant article for the teacher's contract, where it said year 2021 was estimated for this, 21-22 estimated for a different amount. You know, I mean, that is all part of the warrant article. And here you're just giving a number of, hey, this is how much money we're going to borrow.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, John. I don't want the outcome of this vote to be what's reflected on this screen where it says the budget committee recommends, because that's not what your motion is.
Right. It would say the budget committee does not recommend.
And I just want to go back. I mean, I'm just thinking back to I haven't been to a lot of bond hearings, and you know, the last bond I remember being on the warrant article was for Ledge Farm Road, like 3 years ago, and I mean, it was written similar to this. There wasn't. I don't remember there being an interest rate associated with it, or you know, I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate here. Is that we've been presented this in the past in a similar format.
Yeah, but we're talking a lot more money on this one. The interest is, you know, a substantial
To
amount
this
of money.
point, this
It's
is
very important.
consistent with all other bonded issues that have come before Budget Committee.
That doesn't mean it doesn't mean it provides the right amount of information.
No.
You know, as I kind of say one thing as you know, I've been reading these for years. It's written properly because it's just how I always write it. Because when you go buy a house, you tell somebody you bought it for $300,000. You don't tell them you bought it for $560,000 because you included the interest.
Yeah,
Even
but how
though I
many
haven't
forms do you
completed-
get at closing that you look at that show the
Absolutely.
amortization schedule and the total cost of
And that's-
ownership and
Tom,
the cost of
Tom,
all the
I-
closing costs?
Tom, I'm totally agreed with you on this should be rewritten differently so that people get a better idea of what we're actually spending, and it's going to cost $8 million or $7 million at the end of the term. If you don't like it, and John, I don't take this away. I think your motion is awful, and we should just be voting on it yes or no. If you don't like how it's written, just vote no. When we go to deliberation, we can discuss the changes that are needed and make the school board who wrote this come up with those changes.
I agree.
If you read the text of the article, it says that we further authorize the school board to issue and negotiate such bonds and notes and determine the rate of interest thereon.
Right.
Okay, so that is covered as additional information for this article. It says the school board is going to be taking this to a bond bank and getting a good interest rate if they can. And here's the principle, and that's where it goes. That's really consistent with all the other bonded articles that have come before this committee.
I didn't say it was written illegally or anything. I was just making a point. It's not well written, and it doesn't tell you how much it's gonna cost.
And your motion is very confusing because it falls totally against the pattern of what voters expect to see. Either the budget committee recommends or they do not recommend. In this case, you do not recommend, so you would vote no on the standard up and down wording of the way it's a motion normally goes.
But in the end, the what's written on the thing is going to say the budget committee does not recommend, and then there's going to be a vote count.
Right.
And to disambiguate it, I mean, no one says it has to just say one number dash another number. You could just write 4 not recommending, 3 recommending. I mean, you can,
Right.
you can write that out to
It's-
disambiguate it.
It will say, right, if we voted, if basically it was worded the other way around, it would still say the budget and it failed, it would still say the budget committee does not recommend. So I guess I can go back.
If my vote is going on the ballot for this warrant article, I want it to be reflective of what is written on the warrant article, not your motion. So if we voted your motion, I just don't want that vote to represent where I stand on this issue
Well,
overall.
you'll be able to clarify that at the deliberative session.
If I had some old town
You
reports,
don't want my 10:30 sarcastic response to that right now.
if I had some other town reports that actually, because what it does, it just basically says it will say, if I worded the motion the other way around, okay, and we voted no, it would still say the budget committee does not recommend.
Why don't we call the question and then we can see what the outcome of the vote is?
I agree.
That I'm good with that.
Okay. Please restate the motion though.
The motion is to not recommend Article 1
As written or just in general?
in general. I mean, because
No, it has to be as written if that's what your
okay.
motion
So
was.
basically, yeah, it was, yeah. So
You want me to read what I have?
sure, please, Lorraine. Thank you.
Decker made a motion to not recommend Article 1 because it lacks information on what the taxpayer will pay.
I'm good with that too.
And that was seconded by Tom.
Yes.
So we'll take a roll call vote.
No,
Tom-
I want to,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sandra. I'm sorry. I thought the discussion was over.
I've just got a question. If I vote no, that means I'm in the favor of the article as written, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Tom Bukovitz,
I will vote yes. I do not recommend this article as written.
John Decker.
I
vote no. Sean Green,
No.
Sandra Jones,
No.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
No.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
No.
John Moran,
Yes.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
So the motion carries 6-5. So the budget committee does not recommend 5 to 6 or 6 to 5.
6 to 5.
5 this warrant article. And again, so Sean, just to be clear, so what happens is the budget committee can actually change those recommendations after the deliberative session, so that if it's worded differently, the school board decides to do something different in there. At the deliberative, we can actually amend our votes, and that's what would appear on the ballot on voting day in like August of 2023 at this point.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Are we going to vote in reverse on all of these, or are we
2023?
going to just do this straight up?
Sorry.
You don't have to read them.
Okay.
Read them all. You can. I mean, we all know what Article 2 is. We all just have to do it twice.
All right.
So,
John, I feel like you don't want to hear my voice anymore.
yeah, hey,
I don't want to hear anybody's voice anymore.
I want to go to bed.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve Article 2?
I move that we approve Article 2 as written.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes,
So
that's where we go through the,
basically, if we vote yes to recommend, then we're recommending the proposed budget. And if we vote no, then we are recommending that they approve the default budget, essentially.
Yep.
No. No, the default, well,
So the discussion part would be the time to say, all right, are there any of these items that we want to change, whether it's an increase or a decrease or whatever? And basically then the motion would need to be amended or whatever.
Oh, so this is when we would change the 14,974, 841 in this discussion.
In this discussion, we would be discussing that if there's a change.
Okay, well, then if this is the appropriate time for it, I would like to say that whereas the school budget has ballooned out of control far beyond the rate of inflation for many years now, and that we're in the midst of an economic crisis, and that we have guidance from the Rockingham Superior Court judge in the Brentwood School Board versus Brentwood Budget Committee case, in which the judge said that the Budget Committee's role is that of a fiscal watchdog. We have a responsibility to the taxpayers to control spending and to prevent budget increases from pricing residents out of their home. So I would like to make a motion that the Budget Committee amend the proposed school budget for financial year 2021 to 2022 to limit the total budget increase over the current financial year 2020 to 21 budget to 7% increase, down from 8.7% increase, resulting in a total budget amount of $14,739,267.46. That is 7% more than last year's budget of $13,775,016.32. We as the Budget Committee are not required to specify where that 1.7% reduction should come from in order to keep the school budget from increasing beyond 7%, which is more than triple the inflation rate. I think we should let the school administration decide what to cut. They alone will be responsible for their decisions about what to cut to get that 1.7% reduction. We would not be cutting their budget. They would still be getting almost an additional $1 million over last year's budget, $964,251.14 more than the 13 some million dollars they got last year. We would only be limiting it from increasing at more than triple the inflation rate. That is the rate at which taxpayers' incomes are growing. So I ask you committee members to please be a fiscal watchdog, stand up for the taxpayers of Nottingham, and let's cut this budget down by a measly 1.7%. I think that's something that, I've proposed larger cuts in the past and there's not been any support. I'm really talking about a modest reduction here, but at least some reduction so that we're not giving taxpayers an 8.7% tax hike. Can we at least keep it to 7%?
I'd second that. Is that a motion? I'll second it.
Yeah. The motion is proposing that the Budget Committee amend the number to $14,739,267.46, which is 7% more than last year's budget.
Tom, I'm not catching everything you're saying, so I'm gonna have you. Maybe you can help me with minutes.
But
I absolutely can, and here I'll put it up on the screen for you now.
Well,
so I hate Robert's rules here, but wasn't there already a motion that I seconded? And then
Right,
during discussion, there was a motion? So
yes, so in the discussion, John kind of mentioned that now would be the time to change that number, and so I was going to propose this later, but if this is something that needs to be handled now so that that number can be correct.
Yeah,
So who's the Robert's rules expert?
I don't understand what's up here either. Oh, Tom, I can't see your screen.
Oh, sorry. If the
So-
screen share turns off, you'd be able to see it.
So
Perhaps
right.
you can just email it to me and
I
I'll
can.
put it in here as made a motion.
Yep.
Right, but technically we shouldn't have a second
There's
motion.
a motion on the floor. There's
Right,
a
so
motion.
Gotta vote on that.
John,
we're discussing, and so you really can't have the motion yet because we're discussing. So really what we have to do is either have the first motion withdrawn, or it would have,
I think the easiest thing to do is to withdraw the first motion and we take care of this and then go right back to it, since this directly affects Article 2.
right, it would have been nice to have this discussion before the
I'm sorry, I
motion
was waiting
actually
for this
made.
business to wrap up. Thank you for letting me know it was the appropriate time to do it, or that time was closing.
And typically what we do is we make a motion to accept the article, and that gets seconded, and it's open for discussion. And then we go through it section by section and find things that we want to change and make motions to change those individual line items. And then we go back and restate the original motion to be as amended. And then we vote yes or no to approve that.
Yep, and I'm proposing that we simplify things by not going line to line. We just reduce the budget by 1.6 or 1.7%, and we leave it up to the school. I mean, there's so much stuff in here that could be cut, so they can find that it's a very modest cut. I mean, it's still a 7% tax hike. That's still huge, but at least it's something that we can say we did to control out of control spending. I mean, that's what we need to do as a fiscal watchdog. I mean, come on, 9% increase. Do you really want to give the taxpayers a 23% increase over just 3 years? That's a lot to swallow.
At 10:30, respectfully, Dr. Bogowitz, we know where you stand. We need to move forward with this, and somebody needs to make a decision on whether this motion is going to, how this is going to work, because it's 10:30 at night.
Well, who proposed the warrant Article 2 motion?
I did.
Michael, would you withdraw the motion and we can vote on my motion and then we'll go right back to Article 2?
Yeah, if that's the wish of the committee.
I think that would be quickest. I do understand it's getting
Yeah, I
late.
withdraw my motion.
So
Withdrawn.
So I don't disagree with your thoughts and ideas, Tom. When I went through the budget line by line, I'm like, it doesn't seem like there's honestly a lot of places to find that much money without making substantial changes to the way the school operates. I would be in favor of a smaller amount to say, all right, figure this out, because typically there's always unreserved fund balance anyway. But to basically take it down to 7% is, I think.
I mean, it doesn't get much smaller than that. A 1.7% reduction.
Is there a second
not
on
much.
his motion?
Yeah, Jim
I seconded
Stevens.
it.
Okay.
I really,
think we need to.
it's a nominal decrease at this point anyways.
I think we need to be very clear that all of that cut is going to be borne by the K through 8 school. That all of that reduction would have to come from the K through 8 operating budget.
That's not true. I mean, they could take out the $18,000 for school board's stipends. There's a number of things that don't just affect that, but the nice part about doing it this way, based on the Brentwood decision, the precedent set in that case is that we don't have to pick where it comes from. And I really don't think that controlling the spending increase to 7% instead of 8.7, I really don't think that's that big of a cut. It's really a nominal cut to say, at least we did
Tom,
something.
Is somebody seconding Tom's motion?
Yeah, I seconded it, John.
Let's vote.
Yeah, let's move the question.
And I mean, I did say in, last year, I believe at the deliberative session or one of these other meetings, I did call the budget committee a rubber stamp committee. And, my experience this year is that it is very much that the school came to us with, a 7% budget cut. They said they'd get it down to 4, then they came back with 8.6 and now it's 8.7. And quite frankly, I don't know what's been removed from the budget.
I believe Carol moved the question.
We're going to move the question. So we'll take a vote. Tom Bukovitz,
I say aye. I am in favor of limiting the budget increase to 7%.
John Decker,
I think you're on mute.
Sorry. I say nay. I think that it would be really hard for them to find that amount in this budget.
I say nay. Sean Green,
No.
Sandra Jones,
No.
Michelle King,
No.
Michael Keister,
No.
Tom LeVay,
No.
Carol Martin,
No.
John Moran,
No.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
The motion fails.
Oh, you've maintained the status as a rubber stamp budget committee. The only thing I've noticed that got removed from that budget was the few $1,000s for cable television that I questioned. Everything else was approved. Everything they asked for, they got.
Your point's been made. Can we move on, please?
Tim, if I may, I would like to make a motion that we amend in the Article 2 line, I believe it was 638, if we're not, 634. That has to do with the repairs and maintenance, the heating plant. It's a $7,000 proposed cost that was replacing last year's $1. My reason for making, well, is there a second for reducing that to $1 to be funded from another source?
Which line?
That's on page 12.
It's 334, line 334.
334.
334.
Yep.
All right. So sorry. Repairs and maintenance. Okay. So you want to
second? I'm looking for a second.
So can you restate your motion, please?
Sure. I move that the budget committee modify line 334 to be a proposed amount of $1 to be funded with the 7,000 to be funded from another source.
I'll second that.
The other source I have in mind, and Carol, maybe you can tell me if this has already been considered, but there's, as we saw in Article 4, I think there's a school building capital reserve account for building repairs. And I think if that were used for this $7,000, looks like a one-time major repair to the heating and maintenance and the heating plant. I think that would be an appropriate place to spend from that capital reserve fund and reduce the operating budget accordingly.
The concern is I don't think it's accounted for in the CIP, so that's pushing, additional costs down the road. But I understand where you're coming from.
The CIP shouldn't matter whether, it should have been in the CIP already, if anything.
I think it's just a maintenance. I don't think it's a replacement.
Right, which is why it's perfect for that, from that fund.
It would seem, but the capital would be for any capital improvements. This would land more under operations and maintenance costs, which is why it's carried here.
If I remember the title of that warrant that we have coming up, Article 4.
Tim, can you scroll to Article 4, please?
No, excuse me, Article 5.
5.
It calls it the Building Repair Capital Reserve Fund.
Right, and that was established to take care of maintenance type things. So that's really what this is for. And honestly, if they're popping in another 35,000, because it makes perfect sense to just pay for it out of that. I don't know how much is in there currently.
It
Actually, I
says
could-
in Article 5 that there's 172,148 in there now.
Then they could afford 7.
I would think that that would be a worthy way of reducing the operating budget by 7,000 for something that appears to be a repair, an expensive repair.
All right, so that's been moved and seconded.
Any further discussion?
Because it's a specific line item, is there opportunity to group these other repair line items in there as well? Or a portion of them, or would that have to be handled separately?
I would do it as a separate motion.
Okay.
So no further discussion. Tom Bukovitz,
Aye.
John Decker,
Aye.
Tim DeBrio says aye. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
Aye.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
No.
John Moran,
Yes.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
The motion carries.
I would like to make a motion that we reduce line 113, which is co-curricular salaries, by $1,000 to take out the video gaming, the new video gaming club.
Which line was that, Tom?
113. It's on the end of page 4.
What line was this?
113.
Isn't that the salaries line?
You said move it to $1,000?
No,
Reduce
reduce
it by
it by the 1,000. In the notes section, it says $1,000 for a new video gaming club.
It's not actually new.
My
We've had
notes are cut off. Sorry.
It says new.
That's an inaccurate comment that's been carried over for several years. We've had it for several years.
Well, that's what it says in the budget document in front of me.
I'm just clarifying for the benefit of the committee.
Did you want this just, it made a motion to reduce line 113 by $1,000?
Yep.
That's it?
Well, specifically that there's $1,000 listed in there for video games is the reason, but I guess that's not part of the motion.
Okay.
I'll second the motion without the video game part.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just don't think, taxpayers should be paying for video games. So with that, I move we just vote on it now in the interest of time.
Tom Bukovitz,
Aye.
John Decker,
I'm just going to say no because I think if it was new, if it was truly new, I would say yes. But otherwise, I would say we cut them all, but that's just my personal opinion.
I'm down for cutting them all, but then we'd have to make a new motion.
So John, you said no.
Correct.
I say no. Sean Green,
No.
Sandra Jones,
No.
Michelle King,
No.
Michael Keister,
No.
Tom LeVay,
No.
Carol Martin,
No.
John Moran,
Yes.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
The motion fails.
I move we reduce line 117, co-curricular dues and fees, to 0 from 1383. This is for Legos.
All right, I'll second that. That was previously a grant and it's still expected to be a grant.
What line was this?
117,
By how much?
0 it out.
line 117 to $0.
Tom, would you be willing to amend that to $1 to keep the placeholder for the item for co-curricular dues and fees for future?
What's the implication of that?
Well, it just keeps the placeholder for future years so that that item just doesn't fall off.
$1.
And it would allow that program, I guess, to be funded from somewhere else if that grant did not come through.
Yeah.
Right. It still could be funded.
Tim, will you donate $1 to the school?
I'll donate the $1 if
All right,
nobody
done.
else will.
I
does.
got a room full of Legos I'll donate to the school.
There you go. See, this program can fund itself through voluntary donations. All right, sure, $1.
All right. I'll second that.
Any discussion? Let's move the vote. Tom Bukovitz,
Yes.
John Decker.
Yes.
I'll say no. I'm sorry, I'll say yes. Jesus. Sean Green,
I'm gonna abstain.
Sandra Jones,
Abstain.
Michelle King,
I'm gonna abstain.
Michael Keister,
Michael Keister votes no.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
No.
John Moran,
Yes.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
The motion carries.
I would like to make a motion that we reduce line 104, new equipment. It's currently $1,000. I make a motion we reduce it to 0.
Sorry, which
Or
line?
$1 if that preserves it. It's line 104 on page 4.
That's special education new equipment.
Yeah.
Is there a second? No second.
Look, I just want to say that this is an incredibly difficult process. And despite the characterizations, which frankly I don't appreciate, that we're just rubber stamping everything, I just want to acknowledge that I don't want to pass an 8.7% hike on the taxpayers either. Turns out I'm a taxpayer in this town as well. And, but I'm also not going to vote in favor of eliminating teachers. And I don't know what the answer is. We've got this budget that's ugly, and I don't like it either.
Yep, and that's the
I'm not
beauty
gonna-
of
let
the
me finish.
Brentwood
Let me
precedent.
finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish. You've had plenty of time to talk, so let somebody else. And but I'm not going to vote in favor of things that are going to result in the elimination of teacher salaries and teachers' positions, and I realize that sucks. So anyway, that's what I got to say.
Yep, but teacher salaries and positions and benefits is like the vast majority of this budget and the reason that it's increasing. And the beauty of the Brentwood precedent, if we choose to use it, is that we don't have to make those hard choices. We don't have to go through here line by line and cut things out and decide what to cut. We just tell the school. Now, the school has never been told to cut their budget. That's the problem here, is the school comes in here and they drop an 8.7% budget increase. And up until this year, the budget committee just goes, okay, great, it's yours. I mean, literally up until tonight, the only thing that was reduced in their budget is they took out cable television, because I questioned why is there cable television, and so that was gone. But otherwise, I don't remember anything that we brought up and said, is this prudent spending? And then it was removed the next time they brought a draft budget back. So that's what a rubber stamp budget committee is. That's where the school walks in, they give you the list of what they want, and they get everything that they want. And it's not easy picking out what you want to cut. I mean, everything sounds, you know, like you can't cut it. Sounds like you're a horrible person. You hate children if you want to cut this. But I mean, that's the way it's written on purpose. Everything is absolutely essential. Everything is, you know, it can't possibly be cut. But you know, if you don't want to give an 8.7% tax increase to the voters, you got to cut something. And so, you know, there's two ways to do it. You know, the traditional way is us to do this, where I'll just propose line item cuts and we can go through and make them one by one. Or you just use the Brentwood precedent and you say, you got to get this down by at least 1%. And then the school can make the cuts, and they know better than anybody. I mean, they're not going to come to us. They're not going to say, I asked them to, that's what I said early on. I said, could you give us a list of things prioritized? You know, if you had to make cuts, what would you cut first? They don't want to do that. They know what they would cut first. They know what things can be cut. But if you ask them, they're going to say everything's essential. I mean, it's, you know, that's their own self-interest, and that's fine. But we got to stand up for the taxpayers. I mean, so we just knocked $2,000 off, but that's nothing. I mean, I went through here. We could propose some more motions. I don't know what the, you know, what the appetite for this committee is. I would, you know, I could.
Tim, can I recommend that you just page through this section by section, and if there are things that need amendments, we can make those amendments, and then move on to other warrant articles.
Oh, I don't think we should.
It's almost
Yeah,
11 o'clock.
we should not go through it like that again.
Almost
That takes
11 o'clock.
hours. I don't want to scroll through it.
The kids
line
go
by
back
line
to
again.
school tomorrow for the first time. I mean, it's 11.
I mean, I'll tell you, I took the unlocked spreadsheet they gave us, and I went through and I cut a bunch of stuff, and I managed to get the budget increase down to 2.4%. And I did that without firing any of the teachers. I mean, I took away their pay raise. I just kept all the salaries where they were the year before. For pretty much every salary.
So look, right, let's go. Is there any appetite to, you know, 1.7% was too much? Is there any amount, without going line by line, that anybody else on the committee would have any kind of appetite for?
What about a nominal 1%? 1%.
I could probably support that. It's still, I'm not sure exactly where to do it all, but what's that actually? How much is that?
1% would be
151,000.
Yeah, 151,000.
I'm sorry, 150,000.
Yeah.
So far, we took off 8,000. So we're not even close to that. I mean, I've identified a few places, but it's small potatoes where, you know, it's not much money.
Are those budgeted 3% salary increases? Are those contractual with this part of the collective bargaining?
Some of them are, some of them are not.
The ones that are in here for specific positions that, like John was asking about earlier.
The principal and the superintendent is like 3% total in there.
Is that contracted? Is that untouchable to us?
No, those are touchable. As well as, so basically the ones I asked about were the touchable ones. So that would be the principal, the vice principal, and the support staff, as well as the janitorial staff. If you go back to the default budget, they have 0 increases.
I believe the support staff has a contract.
And I mean, this
The
would be
the pairs have a contract.
Right.
Well, I think of them as support, but
Sorry, I meant office support.
He means administrative.
Administrative support.
Okay.
So without getting down into the weeds, I mean, 1% of the budget amount that they had proposed, they proposed 14 14.9 million, almost 15 million. 1% of that's 150,000 if you round it up. So we could just do a 1% reduction. So that would be, minus 150,000. It'd be like 14,824,000. I mean, they're getting over $1 million increase. And the taxpayers are still going to get hosed, but at least you can look them in the eye and say, we reduced it 1%. It's something.
Okay, and Carol,
Mhm.
how much has gone back to unreserved fund balance?
For this year?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this current
I
year
don't think we
hasn't happened
know.
yet.
Yeah, we still got almost 6 months left.
But no, last year, I guess. Do you know, or
Last year, the numbers were available. Do you know what that number looked like?
I don't know if Sue is still on. I was not on the board, so I don't know.
Well, we know it could be up to 1.5% of 13 million.
7.
So
Sue,
it'd
do
be
you
about that
remember?
amount.
We're not, we haven't received our audit yet. We expect to get it in February.
What about the unaudited? Do you have a number?
I think the audited, if we look at the MS filing, I don't have it right in front of me. I think it was around 2.
Yeah, 241,000 would be 1.75%.
so in theory, the budget should be able to support a 1% decrease from the proposed $150,000.
Keep in mind that we have exceptional costs this year. We're effectively running a remote school and an in-person school at the same time. So we've incurred additional costs. So I'm just saying that the unanticipated fund balance may not be the same this year that it was in prior.
I would go with 0.5% or 75,000. Half of what you suggest.
I mean, it's already a nominal amount. I think you take it down below 1%, and it's almost not even worth doing. I think at least if you give them a 1% thing, maybe they'll start looking around at what to cut.
All right.
I'd like to make can I make a motion here?
Oh, go for it. I was going to make one, but do it.
I'd like to make a motion that we ask that the new budget be held to an 8% increase.
So is that the 0.5%? Is that the 0.5% off?
No, it's 0.7 off.
0.7.
That's $104,823.89. I already calculated.
All right, I'll second that.
I'm having trouble with the math. 1% is 150,000.
No, he said 0.7.
Has to be 200 and some.
He said 0.7 down to 8%.
Oh, I thought you said 1.7.
No.
He did originally, but we've changed that.
Okay.
Right. Basically,
0.7. Yeah.
And I would hope in the, almost $1 million of administrative spend that they can find $100,000, work collaboratively to find that $100,000 to reduce the budget by.
And yeah, and part of that, there's, I think, some renegotiation that can happen with the SAU.
Yeah, I don't know how these contracts are written, but if you say that our budget got reduced, maybe that gets you out of it. I mean, if you don't have money, I don't know, but that's up for the school to figure out. I don't think we need to hash out those details. So, I mean, I support it. It's a tax cut, sort of. I mean, it's a lower increase, so I support it.
Any more discussion? We can move the motion.
Move the motion.
Yeah, let's vote.
Tom Bukovitz,
Aye.
John Decker,
Aye.
say no. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
No.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
No.
John Moran,
Yes.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Congratulations. I think John went to bed.
right. So,
Not here.
all right. I will recommend that the Budget Committee recommend Article 2 with the new value, whatever that value is, to come up to 8%. What was that, Tom?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Lost my papers.
I've got $14,887,017.63.
I had $14,870,017.10.
I think it's
Wait,
877.
I have Excel in front of me. I
Yeah.
can just
It's
tell it.
14,877,017.63.
Wrote the wrong number. Okay.
Can someone repeat it slower?
14,877,017.63. So which way do we go? 18?
Just round to the nearest dollar.
Okay. And $18.
Okay, I have a question because another motion that we passed impacted one line item by 7,000 or 699,000. Is that included in this reduction, or is that in addition to this reduction?
I would include it.
We need to spell that out so that whoever's putting this together knows what's happened.
Well, I think it says those get zeroed out or reduced to $1, and then that makes their job easier. That's a few thousand they don't have to figure out where to cut.
That's fine. Hold on. We can tell them what it is.
Honestly, it doesn't really matter because
agree.
it's the bottom line number. And by leaving those at the dollar or whatever, they can do whatever they want anyway.
Yeah, it comes out in the rounding.
So do I need to restate my motion?
Yes, please, John.
All right. I make a motion that the Budget Committee recommends Article 2 for a budget totaling $14,877,018.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Tom Bukovitz.
I'm going to abstain. I can't recommend either of these budgets, but yeah.
John Decker.
Aye.
Say no. Sean Green.
Yes.
Sandra Jones.
Yes.
Michelle King.
Yes.
Michael Keister.
Yes.
Tom LeVay.
Yes.
Carol Martin.
I'm going to abstain. I'm not sure what.
John Moran.
Yes.
And Jim Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. I will recommend that the Budget Committee approve Article 3. Oh, sorry. Basically, we skip Article 3, or I just make a motion, we just don't vote on it, whatever, if we need it.
I don't think we need it.
I make a motion that we just record that we think it's a good idea. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
I could go down with that.
All right. I motion that the Budget Committee recommends it or thinks it is a good idea, even if it's not going to get written on here. At least it's in the minutes that we support this
Right.
move.
Right. So basically,
And if someone can write that on here that we recommend it, that would be great too, because I think this is a very good thing.
so let the minutes reflect that I think is a good idea as well. And I was on that committee, and recommended that we move forward with the withdrawal process.
Second it and make it a motion.
I don't think it's really should be a motion. I just think that it's part of the discussion that you can record.
I would like to get an actual vote that we recommend it, even if it's not going to appear, but I would like them to put it on there.
I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and I can see,
Second.
figure out.
What was that, Tim?
I can find out if it is something that can be added to that.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that we can't put it.
Okay.
I second the motion.
All right. In the interest of time, I move we just vote.
Okay.
Okay. Tom Bukovitz,
Yes.
John Decker.
Sure.
I say yes. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
Abstain.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
Yes.
John Moran,
Yes.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion that the Budget Committee recommends Article 4 as written.
I'll second.
A second?
Any discussion? Tom.
I'll just add that it gives incentive to stay below budget.
How so? Oh, because there's stuff left over and you get to keep it for something else?
Right. Basically, if it becomes unassigned fund balance, they can actually save it in their savings.
So can we move the question?
Yeah. Tom Bukovitz,
No.
John Decker.
Yes.
I say yes. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
Yes.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
Yes.
John Moran,
Yes.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. I'll make a motion that we recommend Article 5 as written.
I second it.
Can I go back to the other article? Was Sean Green a yes or a no?
He was a yes.
Thanks.
Right.
So is that Article 5? Did somebody make a motion on Article 5?
Yeah, that's the one I just did.
Okay.
I second it.
Any discussion? Tom Bukovitz,
No.
John Decker.
Yes.
I say yes. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
Yes.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
Yes.
John Moran,
Yes.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. I'll make a motion that the Budget Committee recommends Article 6 as written.
Second.
Any discussion? Tom Bukovitz?
No.
I'm sorry, was there a question?
I was just going to say it's not a lot of money, and it's a good way to balance for future expenses.
Probably. I just think that, unspent money should be returned to the taxpayer. If grounds improvement is something that needs to be spent on from time to time, it should be in the budget. So I've been voting no on these last few articles because I believe that the unused money should be returned to the taxpayer.
And then you have to hit them hard when there's an expense.
Yep. Paving is the primary expense that this would cover.
Right. But then at least, they're told this is has a tax impact or something. The way this is done, it says there's no tax impact when there clearly is. I mean, if you're spending taxpayer money, because even though it says there's no tax impact, if you vote no on this, that $15,000 goes back to the taxpayer, so your taxes would be lower. So I disagree with the way it's written, and we're voting on if we recommend it as written. So that's why I'm voting no on this and the previous articles, just to make that clear.
Understand, but we get used to it.
So Tom Bukovitz,
No.
John Decker,
Yes.
I say yes. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
Yes.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
Yes.
John Moran,
Yes.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. I'll make a motion that the Budget Committee recommend Article 7 as written.
I second it.
Any discussion?
I just have a question. Could any of these funds be used for transportation in the future?
Yes. For special education transportation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Tom Bukovitz,
No.
John Decker,
Yes.
I say yes. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
Yes.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
Yes.
John Moran,
Yes.
Jim Stevens.
Yes.
So that takes us through the warrant articles. Come on, folks, we got 2 more minutes in us. We get a motion to accept the meeting minutes from January 7th of 2021.
All right. I'll make a motion to accept the Budget Committee meeting minutes of January 7th, 2021, as amended on January 11th, 2021.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Tom Bukovitz,
Yes.
John Decker,
Yes.
I say yes. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
Yes.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
Yes.
John Moran,
Yes.
and Jim Stevens.
Yes.
Wonderful. Before we adjourn, just a reminder, we're back at it again in 2 days for the town budget hearing on Thursday, January 14th at 6:30 p.m. With that, can I get a motion to adjourn our January 12th?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Any discussion about closing this out?
Oh, I want to stay here all night.
I got another slide presentation to go through.
I think, yeah, I'll abstain from that. You guys can stay on afterwards if you'd like. Tom Bukovitz,
Yes.
John Decker,
Yes.
I'd say yes. Sean Green,
Yes.
Sandra Jones,
Yes.
Michelle King,
Yes.
Michael Keister,
Yes.
Tom LeVay,
Yes.
Carol Martin,
Yes.
John Warren,
Yes.
and Jim Stevens.
Yes.
Everybody, have a wonderful evening. We'll see you on Thursday. Do it all over again.
Thank you, Tim.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
This was fun.
Fun.